welcome to tonight's episode of Exandria Unlimited Divergence, a story of heroic adventurers dying of exposure in the ashen rain. The first D&D campaign where multiple PCs maybe go down because of pneumonia. Let's get excited. Before we get started, we have a few announcements. Matt, you want to come take it over and take us away?
Let's go for it. Alrighty, so tonight's sponsor is an oldie but a goodie, NordVPN.
Hey.
Sam.
NordVPN is the fastest VPN on the planet, offering amazing features like enjoying your favorite streaming content anywhere in the world, a dark web monitor to guard your online accounts, and they can foil scams and malware with threat protection. They're a great VPN, one of our favorite sponsors, so please head on over to nordvpn.com and
Attention! Attention! Time violation detected!
Oh shit. He's back.
What the hell? What? Where did you? Who are you?
I am Time Cop, policing the time streams to protect against illegal temporal manipulation. And at night, I serve as a security guard at Ross Dress for Less.
Wait, what? What? Have I committed a time crime?
You are wearing the same clothing as every other Divergence advertisement. Your facial hair has not grown. Time Cop has surmised that all of the Divergence ads were pre-recorded on the same day, over the course of an hour, max.
And that's against the law?
A felony. Time Regulation 420.69. Nice. Clearly states that all new content must be fresh. Including sponsorship skits. This is not funny. You claim NordVPN is a beloved sponsor, yet you violate their rights.
Okay, it's fine. I admit it. We shot all these ads together because we're lazy. What's the punishment? A fine? A warning? What?
You will be issued a ticket to hell.
Shit!
Okay, wait. Okay, what if I invent a brand new character on the fly for this ad? That would make it fresh content, right?
You mean improvise. Technically, improv is compliant with time law.
Okay. Then, Time Cop, give me a suggestion, like a location, any place. Just
Time Cop is not good at thinking on the fly. Give Time Cop a second to think.
Maybe a dentist's office is yeah.
Negative! Time Cop will come up with something. Just give Time Cop some time. Wait, how ironic that Time Cop needs time. Time. System overloading. Time.
Okay. Well, he's shorting out. You should hurry over to nordvpn.com/criticalrole. Our viewers get an extra subscription time with their order and try it risk-free now with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Matt, hack to you.
Time. A dentist office. Wait, you said that already. Why is this so hard? I should have taken classes at the Groundlings.
Oh my god. And we recently announced a brand new board game from Darrington Press called Solar Garden.
We make games.
Oh my God!
Isn't that crazy? In this tile drafting game, players take on the role of a visionary architect specializing in carbon-neutral engineering to build a rooftop garden in harmony with nature.
That's awesome.
Love to do that anyway. But gather points by building things like solar farms and windmill systems to create tranquil garden environments. Embrace the power of creativity and optimism in solar gardens. Coming August 1st at Gen Con. So go and take a look for it there.
Speaking of games, a Lure and Dice set. This is what we have available. The dice are designed by Leia Rondo. And the box artwork is by Nikki Doss.
Woo!
So cool. And I'm going to pull them out for you.
My girl Laura.
Wow. They're really pretty. What'd I roll?
That's nice.
Oh, natural 20!
Natural 20!
Yes.
Guaranteed they all have that
Oh,
one.
no one's going to believe it. No one's going to believe it because it's an ad, but it's not. It's look.
Natural
It's a
20?
20. Hey. That's amazing. And you get this awesome bag with it.
Can I have those?
Go look for them.
Look for
buy
them.
Go look.
I don't know where they're at, but they're available.
A woman right there.
Brilliant. One, love those dice. Two, think that concludes our announcements. So, Brennan, get back in here.
How you doing, Brandon?
We did it.
Yeah.
Great announcement.
Wonderful announcements, Matt.
Thank you. I tried.
Ahem. And with that, let's jump right into tonight's episode of Exandria Unlimited Divergence. We return to the Rybad-Kol Peninsula in the south of Guisar, a continent that has not yet earned the name Taldore, in an age long past where a group of straggling survivors escape the ruin of the prison of Rybad-Kol, headed north towards a whisper or a promise of safety. The community known as Torm's Hill. Pockets of civilization here in the height of calamity are few and far between. It's only been less than 2 years since you were there, but 2 years is normally long enough for a group of people trying to survive the calamity to be found and slaughtered. Who knows what you will find, or if indeed you will even live long enough to find it. After the events, mysterious, divine, cosmic in ways, and yet oh so very real, that unfolded. Shattered stone, lightning and thunder, roots growing before your very eyes, lights of some strange insect, so very wild and mundane, and yet also so otherworldly, around the locket of your sister. Scattered from the other companions of your gang, sent forward into the unknown, you have been traveling for days, following a stretch of magically conjured woodland, hiding from the eyes of whatever this world now holds, now that up is down and chaos reigns. We return to the moments after the falling of Starmie and Fiddle Flask and the witnessing of a colossal figure moving across the landscape. Crocus at your feet, made of thick leather cord and clasped in dragon ivory. A gift from a god whose care is as profound as it is fleeting and glibly given. The lightning fades, and you are left in dark forest. And you do the only thing you can. Put one weary foot in front of the other. You are 3 days from where you believe Torm's Hill to be. Some of you have 2 levels of exhaustion already. Starmian just became rid of his very last, now knowing rest that you do not. You have 3 days left, assuming your party can move at regular speed. However, if enough of you hit that second level of exhaustion, that 3 days might turn into 6. So, let's see if you all die before even a single combat. Go ahead and give me a group survival check. We need a DC 15.
I'm still
You're
carrying
rolling
the children.
Still carrying children, but that doesn't affect your survival checks.
Okay.
That affects your constitution saving
I will,
throws.
just to say it out loud, I did put on the belt.
You put on the belt.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
As just a, well, I have a belt now.
This is where the belt goes.
The reverence that all vestiges deserve.
If we would pass this
Oh,
to Alex,
There you are.
your strength score is 21.
Jesus Christ.
It's not even a full level.
Not even a full. Yeah, this is a bunch of vestiges going to challenge rating 1/8 NPC stat blocks. Let's hope for the best, huh?
Survival. Disadvantage for me.
One level of exhaustion doesn't roll with disadvantage, does it? Or
It is.
It is.
oh wait, I am
Fierce.
also. Well, I can't get much lower than that.
4.
4,
8.
8,
16.
16,
13.
13, 5. I'm going to need constitution saves from everybody. But your first of 3 days is marked down. Because I believe you're being carried by Gond at this point as well.
True. Yes.
Gotcha.
Natural 20.
Natural 20, let's go.
Thank goodness.
Natural 20 on that con save.
16.
16, hell yeah.
God, you said Constitution.
Constitution save.
5.
You take another level of exhaustion. I believe you're at 2 now, correct?
Which means
Your speed is halved.
10.
10 level of exhaustion.
My speed is now halved.
Nice. 9.
Another level of exhaustion.
So I'm at 3 now.
You are
What
at 3.
happens at 3?
Disadvantage on attack rolls
Okay.
and saving throws.
Cool.
Now, several of you have your speed halved. Garin is a lot harder to carry than Phaedra.
Yeah.
So, you now have 4 days left of travel, unless anyone can think of something clever in this moment that they want to do.
Can Nia carry Gar? No, she can't.
Your speed is halved too. You need someone to carry you.
I don't know how many more people I can carry.
I think we're just gonna slow it. I think we're slowed down.
You're doing enough, Crocus.
Yeah.
I feel pretty good, actually.
That's good.
That new.
How are you liking the belt?
This belt.
Looks good on you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I never had a belt before.
Yeah. Well, I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
First belt.
Next day, give me another survival check. Rolling with disadvantage.
Well, that was.
Not good.
Oh, this is disadvantage.
Yep.
Disadvantage.
Great. Sick. Gorgeous. Okay, that doesn't change much. 13.
13,
6.
6,
6.
6,
5.
5.
10.
Go
Short
ahead.
game, guys.
It's been a really good game. Go ahead and give me Constitution saving throws.
And now I also have disadvantage on this,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay. I swear to God. You got it. You guys, I need you. Okay. Nope.
I believe that you now have 2 days left. What do we get for con save?
16.
16. You save.
12.
12 saves.
Oh, hallelujah.
17.
Saves.
2.
2.
17.
17 saves. So some of you are at 3. You're at 3.
2.
You're at 2 exhaustion levels. You're at 2. You're at 0.
0 still.
Crocus is a creature of legend.
Sweet dragon. dragonfly.
Also, these sweet little kids have not made like any saves at all. You know, like they've been like you carrying them on your back with no exhaustion. And right here we have 1.
He just doesn't know that he's fucked.
I just
he
don't.
Just doesn't
I have
know.
no concept of that I'm completely
Phaedra.
screwed. Cartoon
Yes.
rules.
So
Yeah.
There are 2 days left.
Yeah.
You are at the 4th level of exhaustion.
Yeah.
Your hit point max is halved. Nia, you see, Jasmine, can you describe for us what Phaedra is looking like at
Phaedra
this point?
just looks like a haggard shell, just cracked, bleeding lips, vacant eyes. Like at this point, if anyone talks to her, she's not even like. She already looks like she's like got 1 foot out of this world. It's bad. I think even you have never seen me in this state.
You don't look good.
I don't feel good. Yeah.
Well, can I help?
I don't know if you can. I think you're doing all the help that you can. You're doing a good job, Crocus.
Okay.
I don't want you to worry about me, okay? I'll be.
That's my job.
I know.
Let me share the load. Arrow will kneel down and scoop Phaedra up onto his back, and sort of like piggyback style, so that you don't have to walk.
Scooping you up, this will cancel the disadvantage on any Constitution saving throws you have to make. If you have to make a Constitution saving throw, you will do so with disadvantage, carrying her on your back. And Phaedra, you see Arrow, with no fanfare at all, hoist you up on his back to continue trudging through. This has been different worlds for you. You're used to, you've come up in the prison of Rybad-Kol, back in your city life as the leader of this gang where your small stature was at some points an inconvenience, but never life or death. There are roots every 2 to 3 feet that other people step over absent-mindedly that require a tremendous exertion of effort from you to get over. It is a very cruel and unfair world out here in the rain and ash.
I think as I'm on Arrow's back, I whisper to you, or not trying to whisper, but just I can't muster up more. I just say, I don't know how you do this. I thought I was strong. I was foolish enough to believe that I understood this world. In a weird way, everything made so much sense before he left Rybad-Kol. And now out here, it's just, there's no logic, there's no order to it. It's just, how do you do it?
How long were you in Rybad?
How long was I in Rybad-Kol?
You were in there for about 4 or 5 years.
Oh, okay, yeah. 4 or 5 years. Before that, it was just, city living, and it was tough. It wasn't, had to do a lot of stuff just to make it, but it wasn't like this.
Repetition can make the impossible seem commonplace, maybe. I've lived in the wastes better part of my life.
Yeah.
You learn to stomach it with time.
Well, if I do last long enough to do this again, we'll see. And I hope you're right.
2 days left. Give me a group survival check.
Everything's a disadvantage.
Yeah, this is disadvantage.
Oh!
I'm excited for that nat 20 you're gonna announce to everyone, Liam.
Oh, that's great.
What we got?
14.
14.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Nat 20.
Nat 20! Nat 20.
2.
1.
Oh no, you didn't make me better, I made you worse.
Nat 20 and a 14. Great. I'm going to need Constitution saves. You will not be rolling with disadvantage.
Okay.
I am.
Oh no.
What's that?
Please.
Ooh, baby.
Hi, baby. 12.
2.
Yeah.
All right. 12.
17.
17.
10.
10. Level of exhaustion.
Okay, there it is.
Oh,
Finally.
first one.
You two are okay.
He's first exhaustion.
Level of exhaustion.
I'm at 2.
You're at 2.
What, 5?
You're at 5 levels of exhaustion. Your speed is reduced to 0. The last day, the trees get wider and wider. This narrow strip is broadening out. Arrow, you are aware of 2 things simultaneously. The ground is becoming more uneven topographically. You're getting higher in altitude. It's been raining for days. The threat now, everything that was the threat of thirst is now the threat of sickness and pneumonia. It's the threat of chill, and you can feel on your back, Phaedra's speed has been reduced to 0. Phaedra is struggling to breathe as a powerful infection sets in her lungs. She's on the verge of drowning on your back, held up by your arms, just in her own breath, the feebleness of her own lungs, like robbing her life from her.
You told me last time we gathered that Torm's Hill is relatively close on that map to another place that I know.
Yes.
Right? So I think that Arrow is bad off himself, nowhere near as bad as his new companion, his cargo. But his vision is going double from time to time. And he's just focusing on putting one foot in front of the other and taking some strength from his proximity to old haunts.
Crocus goes over to the children's mother.
Mm-hmm.
Can you take one of them?
Yes.
He hands off one of the kids and then goes over to Arrow. Let me take her. And just kind of plucks you off and like cradles you underneath with one arm.
Arrow's gonna plant his hand like above his head on your pec for a second and just like pat it and then start to hobble forward.
You can see you smell it with the sort of like draconic snout. Arrow's feet he's been leading the way the whole time and kind of cutting through the first layer of brush, getting up through here. And you can see just a thin trickle of blood from where his scales have split from the soaking mud and rain moving forward through this place.
Do you want me to go first?
No. I'm familiar with the area. Just keep pressing forward.
Okay.
Almost there.
And you know this one there, right? He's trustworthy, he knows where we're going.
Yes. He guided me to where we were supposed to be going before we got captured. I know him. I trust him. Even when we're all a little worse for wear, he's still the guy I know.
I trust you. I trust him.
And kind of like lean into you, both of us just kind of almost leaning on each other for strength as we kind of hobble forward and fall lockstep with him.
Nia, she sort of sees how rocky and rough Phaedra is, right? So I think it's not wise, but she's not very wise. She is a little bit, but she takes her cloak off and sort of tries to like bundle Phaedra if she can, just to keep whatever heat that she has close to her.
You bundle up a halfling who was wiry and scrawny and scrappy at the best of times and has been walking without food for a week, so is skeletal. And the cloak goes around you, and I think also Crocus's enormous torso is something like an umbrella. And
Yeah,
you
I'm
feel
definitely
yourself
holding you underneath, like kind of walking on 3 limbs now, just holding one.
And at this point, I don't think Phaedra can even get the words to come out of her mouth, but she just looks at you. Thank you.
Nia nods, exhausted with her 2 levels of exhaustion. Doesn't have words back, but there's that thing of like, it is unending.
Thanks.
Of course.
It's gonna be okay.
As you push forward, you begin to recognize these woods. You are, if you were all well, you could be there by nightfall. As it stands, stumbling through the dark and the rain and the mud, you will have one more day of travel to arrive there. And if it is as you remember it, you will get to safety and the ability to actually rest and potentially skirt Phaedra from the very jaws of death if she can find a warm fire and medicine, just a structure, any structure to get out of the rain. It occurs to you in this moment that is if Torm's Hill is still there.
To that point, when we, unless you're throwing something at us, when we stop for the night, as I have on past nights, Arrow will fall to his knees in the mud and plant his hands in it. And it's slow, way slower than the past times that the group has seen him do this, but he tries to mold the earth into a lean-to, and it's so wet and muddy that it takes probably 15 or 20 minutes, but dry earth slowly starts to push up through the mud, and after a half hour, I'll say he comes up with a crude lean-to, and then also is able to create a bonfire like he has, but it's small, barely holding on in the weather.
Fire sputters and burns.
How do you do that?
Part of it is spending so much time out here. But when I was young, a man who was like an uncle to me showed me how.
I don't know how to do anything like that. Huh?
Well, if we make it through the week, maybe I could show you how.
Okay.
You see here by the fire, Phaedra shivering under the cloak, Garin blowing breath on his one hand. You see Kaz, as he goes by the Green Dragonborn, looks over at Gond. You see Gond has his long bugbear ears flattened with rain to his head, and he has wrapped up in his cloak Starmian's body. You see Gond going. You see Kaz looks over and goes, "Yeah. You know, Gond, mate, we don't have to carry." And you see Gon just looks up with this pitiful expression, and Kaz thinks better of giving brutal and pragmatic advice. I think you see Kaz realize on some level that leaving the body here in these strange woods to rot would be a different kind of death, and that some things that are symbols and stories actually keep you alive in a different way.
I've heated and opened up another, and I have not done this every night, but another pine cone. And taloned hand places 3 of those seeds into Gon's palm. And then I go to the worst of us, not myself, but everyone else, and plants 1 in their hand.
Phaedra, with one of these, I will ask you to, even though this is not necessarily how the spell works, to hold on to a d6.
Oh boy.
Well, I will also give mine to Phaedra.
Cool. You give yours to Phaedra as well. Next day, final day of travel. Let's roll these survival checks.
One level of exhaustion, is this a disadvantage for the survival check?
That one!
No.
Ooh, it's tough out here, folks. 18.
Let's do these two.
Rolled really well.
12.
12.
You said survival.
Survival.
Even 13.
13.
Oh, okay. 12.
Okay, 12. Yeah. This is going to be another set of constitution saves.
And,
So,
Disadvantage.
you are rolling straight, not with disadvantage.
I'm rolling straight because I only have 2.
With 2 points of exhaustion, which is what I got right now, is that?
You don't get disadvantage on saves with 2. That's a 3.
Okay, so, and without Phaedra no longer on me, it's a straight roll for me for Constitution. It was disadvantage once because I was carrying.
For her to roll straight, you have to roll with disadvantage.
But
No, but Crocus is carrying.
Oh, Crocus, so
Just
you're
with
rolling
past
disadvantage on
disadvantage.
this. Cool.
That's a 20.
Okay.
What did we get here for Constitution?
6.
6. You take another. How many do you have?
3.
3. Disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws.
Yeah. 13.
13. That succeeds. So you're at 2 or at 3?
2.
You're at 2. Incredible. Nia's got some spirit within her. That is.
Me and my sister, I'm like, listen, girl, I'm coming, honey. I'm coming.
Indefatigable.
13 as well.
Crocus, you succeed as well. So I think you're still
Still
at
at 1.
Still at 1. Just a monster out of legend. Just-
Also resistant to cold, so.
Well, there you go. That explains it.
Yeah. 12.
12?
Yeah.
You succeed.
Oh, thank God.
And do not die.
All right.
5 levels is the most you can have without dying.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh,
I really wanted to do a series at Critical Role where a hike through the woods was the scariest shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can succeed.
Yeah.
9. You get another level of exhaustion.
So I'm at 3.
You're at 3 now. Your party, you see Celeste is at 4 levels of exhaustion. Gond is at 2. Coswald is at 3 levels of exhaustion. You know, your Marlath is at 2 levels of exhaustion. There's a group of you that is just like, no one is walking basically at full speed. The only person who could run right now is Crocus.
Where would he run to?
Where would he run to? And as you move through, you begin to see the forest fan out. And as it does, trees begin to part. Rain continues to fall. And though there are still storm clouds everywhere, you look and behold a thicket of briar. Arrow, you see this enormous, huge gulch of thorns. There used to be a secret passage in here somewhere that you knew about. That secret passage is torn wide open. You see there are wagon ruts and muddy boot prints and everything just moving in as fast as they can into these woods ahead of you. And in the distance somewhere, you think you hear a clang of like something on metal. There's like a snap of a rope, and you think even through the woods, as the rain continues to fall, you can still hear what you think are voices, even through the dense rainfall.
So help me, the briar has been blasted outward or broken toward us?
It looks non-magical. It looks like the briar has literally been widened out and pulled apart. This was a place that was supposed to be hidden from emperors of the, soldiers of the Strife Emperor, and is now something else entirely. It looks like any pretense of being hidden is gone, and you can see, just again as a wanderer, more sets of footprints than you can count. There's a certain
Heading out.
heading in. And you look at them, and you're looking for soldiers' boot prints. Some of the people that were traveling here were barefoot. You see that there were. It looks like chaos, just things going in towards what you remember as Torm's Hill.
And it's raining on us, so does it feel to me that this is... I'm hearing stuff, so this is recent?
Quite recent. I think some of you guys can clearly hear like a voice being like in the far distance through the rain and muffled by trees, but a voice being like, further back here!
I pull my hood of my cloak off so that my gold visage is very clear. Stay behind me. We
found people. That we did. And he pulls his hammer and kind of clutches it tightly. It's as tight in his hand as he can, as exhausted as he is, but just ready.
Nia, following Garn, takes Starmian's letter opener and just sort of tries to hide it, but just in case, she keeps it ready.
Crocus stands up after walking on all fours for a while, still holding Vidra, kind of maneuvers the child to be sitting on his shoulder as opposed to on his back.
Yeah.
And then proceeds to put his hand on the shoulder of the Dragonborn that sold the other Dragonborns out.
Marlath.
He just puts his hand on Marlath's shoulder and goes, "Come."
And he walks with you. As you enter, I will describe to you a place that at this moment exists only in Arrow's memory. And I need to describe to you a place that exists only in his memory because I need you to understand how strange what he now sees is. Torm's Hill was a hill so named for a single dwarven smith who lived in what is called by some a strong home. Basically, a single dwarven family makes a cottage, but by the standards of other folk, that cottage looks like a tiny castle, right? Like, it's the standard of dwarven living that to other people that aren't familiar with hill dwarves would think, oh, that's a lot for a house. But it was under a hill, so it was sod-covered, grass and trees grew on it, but you could see a little sort of chimney, and there was work that was done there. That, a long time ago at the beginning of the Calamity, was overtaken by a group of goblins, and after that, the goblins fled to go join the Strife Emperor's armies, and a group of very secretive halflings came who created the sort of briar wall around it and created a small community that you would have known, run by two older matriarchs. Clasara Bandy, an older halfling matriarch, and her wife, Nez Pilch, a goblin matriarch, that basically ran a small community, or not even ran, tended to a large community of survivors, usually about 2 to 3 dozen people. So whenever you went to Torm's Hill, it was a couple of structures around an old dwarven strong home in deep forest with large briars around it that kept it hidden in a little rill of sort of 2 legs of the foothills of a mountain series. Hard to see, right? You'd fly overhead, couldn't see it from a distance, couldn't see it through the trees. As you walk through in this area at the very south of the Storm Point Mountains, in an area called the Hallowroot Hills. This place that at its peak housed about 2 to 3 dozen people currently has about 1,200 people. Wagons, sleds, bodies on the ground, torches being lit. As you begin to approach through the woods, you see people sort of stumbling. There's you can see there's an area where they've just piled up hay bales as a mountain of sludge is coming off one of the mountains from the rain, just like trying to stop a flood from carrying off one of the lower tented camp areas. You see a lot of these tents at first seem like, oh my God, there's an encampment of soldiers of the Strife Emperor here. No, these have been liberated tents. These tents have been taken by the people you now see in this place, which appears to be prisoners that have escaped, other refugees, just vast and sundry different people. There are halflings and humans and goblins and hobgoblins. There are what looks to be a lot of goblin and peasantry, essentially. Like, these are people that were not in the prisons of Rybad-Kol, but were in the farmlands that they also were not allowed to leave, and were basically living the same life, being told, look how lucky you are to not be in the prison of Rybad-Kol. Also, we'll kill you if you leave here, right?
Somehow different.
This is somehow different.
Technicalities.
So you see the central hill, but that is now drowned in brand new structures. I think, Era, right away, you're like, okay, it didn't go from 36 to 1200 overnight, because there have been some attempts at order, but it is a collapsing order that is overwhelmed by the mortal need that is now in this space. You hear screams, you hear crying, but you also hear a lot of shouts of people trying to direct and give whatever help or aid they can. But it is a struggling order under overwhelming chaos in the moment that you approach. What do you do as you begin to approach this scene?
Well, I think my first instinct, since I have passed through here a handful of times, and Cassandra and Nez know me, and I know them, I don't know if this place is safe. It's chaos around, so I am going to start pushing through the crowds to try to reach that central structure in this chaos and mob that you've described. And I think as he's walking, Arrow is struck by the fact that before going to Rybad, he has never seen this many mortal souls gathered in one place since he was a child.
The world continues to tumble upside down. To see this many people in one place, and to see them not in chains, not hiding, in danger. But part of that danger is freedom.
I kind of drop my head down to you and watching him walk away and go,
I'll stay with everyone. Go.
Yeah, I go with Arrow, because this is the place that we were on our way to before disaster struck. And I think Nia, although incredibly exhausted, realizes that this is the place where she thought she was going to reconnect with her sister. So there's a bit of wherever excitement can be seen in her posture, you see bits of like her back straightens, her shoulders are up, she's still hobbling, but she doesn't want to look as awful as she feels.
Finding some inner reserve of willpower to not collapse in this moment, and some deep heroic instinct. In so many times in the world of Exandria, someone in your state would so clearly be the one in need of aid and rest. And you look and in this moment realize that you are one of the stronger standing here, and more at the ready. Crocus, underneath you, Phaedra, who has been holding onto her breath, talk about heroism, refusing to let go of her last rasping breaths. And I think even on a deep intuition for one who does not know a lot about the world, you know that she has fought very dearly to survive to this point.
Just a little longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know. The death hasn't come for me yet. I'm not supposed to die like this. I'm supposed to die getting ambushed in a knife fight by bandits on the side of a highway.
No, because
It's not rain.
That one I can stop. So this is something I can't, so you need to hold on.
I know. I am holding on.
Arrow, you push forward through the crowd. Going towards Torm's Hill, there's a small area. Torm's Hill didn't used to have roads. There were like little areas where, like, off towards some goats in a pen, there would be like a little less grass, like a natural kind of footpath. And now suddenly in the midst of these couple of structures is a place that is like a crossroads. You can see it's like, oh, this isn't. There are no roads. There's no civilization. There's no places to go. The world is destroyed. But all of a sudden, yeah. Well, what do you call this thing in the middle of these 4 sort of sloppy ramshackle structures, other than like a town square? Like, it happened maybe overnight.
Just by the sheer number of footfalls.
Yeah. And you see in the middle, with behind her, you see a bespectacled hobgoblin. One of the sort of frames of his spectacles totally shattered and full of like cracked glass, but a bespectacled hobgoblin is holding a little sputtering lantern under a hood over this tiny, rotund goblin woman. She's got graying, sort of wiry hair in 2 braids hanging off her back, a little kerchief gown. She's soaked. You see her pants are like rolled up, like under, and her skirt is like tucked into her belt because she's going through mud that comes up to her knees. She's very distinctive because she's got 2 big fake silver teeth behind her canines, and her mouth spreads really wide as she yells, and she goes, "All right, keep that moving in. They need more rope over at the hay bales." And Arrow! And you see Nez before you.
How did this come to pass?
Miracles abound. We're all about to die. Listen. And you see that she comes over and just wraps an arm around your waist and puts her head against the outside of your thigh. She's tiny. She's like, has like old age shrinkage and wasn't a big goblin to start. So is like tiny little creature. She puts her head against the outside of your leg and goes, "I can't believe it. We hadn't seen you in over a year. We thought you'd been taken."
It's good to see you, Bilge. Swore I was never gonna come back here. Here I am.
You said that it was a fool's errand to stay here, and that we would all die. And look, we've become more popular than ever.
I am happy to be mistaken.
All right. Well, are you wet? And she looks down and sees the blood sort of oozing out from your feet, and goes, "You need to get to a fire."
I have seen better days.
All right. Do you have any with you that are on the verge of death, that can no longer walk?
Well,
Phaedra just kind of feebly raises. Yeah, you just see a tiny halfling, like a skinny halfling hand raise.
She needs help.
I could take some fire right about now.
All right. There's not much space left, but inside of Torm's Hill, bring her in there. It's piping hot. It's toasty warm, but I don't know how much space there will be. But luckily she's tiny. So, there's a shelf. We can put her on a shelf. You're small like me.
Someone will have to put her in there. I can't fit.
All right. You see, she says, "If you'd be so kind, please."
Yeah, I'll like sort of try and put Phaedra like, she can't walk, but I'm assuming Phaedra can't walk, and Nia is not much stronger, but she does what she can to like sort of prop up her body weight and try and slowly move. She nods to Nez like a quick greeting and follows. I think if Arrow's moving, Nia's following.
John, it's time to come down. And he takes the kid off of him finally. Puts the last kid on the ground.
Puts the last kid on the ground. Celeste looks at you and says, as Celeste sort of like collapses on her knees and scoops up her children, she looks at you. She has not spoken in days because her mouth is just, you can see that there's like some kind of cough or rasping thing, but through a wheezing voice, she goes, "You are family to us.
Okay.
You saved my children." And seeing Crocus unable to meet her gaze, she simply puts a scaled hand against her scaled cheek, brushes your face, and smiles, and says, "I'll go see if there's any food to be had." And you see that Kaz goes with her to look after the children. Phaedra, you take off. You look around and see Gond holding Starmian's body, just sort of looking for somewhere to go. And you see Marlath sort of gazing around, looking at everything under the rain. And you see he looks down at Nez and says, Is there food or drink for those who have just arrived? And you see she goes, beats me, we're trying not to die right now. And you see that she just rushes off to go help with this flood coming in. For all of you here, you're in a scene of a lot of chaos where there's a lot of action immediately. I know that you guys all have the disadvantage on pretty much everything right now, but let me know if there are any perception or investigation checks you would make right away in first being here.
I would quickly do a scan for the rest of the members of my gang, just in case maybe they ended up here.
Give me a perception check.
With disadvantage, right?
With disadvantage, that's right.
I'm like barely lucid at this point. I think partially Phaedra also thinks that she might have died and this is the line to get into hell.
Yeah.
In which case she would also be looking for the fellow members of her gang. So either way, yeah. Not bad. 4.
You look and see. You're looking around for members of your gang, and you see in the rain under the lantern, your mother and father both looking at you.
Mom? Dad?
Crocus, you see Phaedra speak to empty rain as the fever takes hold and you begin to see things that are not there.
Bad.
Can you hear me?
Moving your hand up, you see they look and go, we're glad you're here. We're so proud that you're going to see the sun.
I'm finally joining you again?
As Phaedra loses consciousness, do you think that she is able to join her parents, if only in dream?
Yeah, I think so. I think she hasn't thought about her parents for a long time, and this, for the first time, she's letting herself think about that again.
Your cunning and ruthlessness gave you life in Rybad-Kol. And the absolute ill-advised kindness of strangers saw you safely to Torm's Hill. It is a kindness that you have not seen since before your parents passed.
Yeah.
With an unconscious Phaedra, Nia, you move through the doors of this sort of dwarven forge home and see that there are shelves built in. There's a massive roaring fireplace. As you come in, go ahead and give me a medicine check, if you'd be so kind. Rolling with disadvantage as well.
Yeah. Oh, good. 3 and a 2. That'll be an 8.
8.
Oh, no, just kidding. 7.
7. You see that there is space. It's like literally on a shelf above the fireplace, but Phaedra is small enough that you can put some, you see, as you walk in, there's a big pile of cloaks and other things that have been dried out by the fire, and you, even as exhausted as you are, know that you can get the wet clothes off of Phaedra, get her into something dry, and literally store, there are like other halflings and gnomes up on these shelves, because the floor, every inch of the floor is hobgoblins, humans, half-elves, like these like larger folk. And you see that there are a couple would look like healers or other things like that moving in a room choked with about like north of 60 people. There are 2 people tending to people in here.
Okay. I get Phaedra into something dry, and I think she's sees the 2 people and starts to sort of move towards one of them. She's had a, I don't think Nia's really recognizing what's happening. She gets Phaedra somewhere dry. She's just in her like nurse brain, grabs her healer's kit, leaves there isn't much in her bag besides her healer's kit, so she leaves the bag with Phaedra, sort of gives her something to like hold on to and keep manipulating, and she walks up to one of the 2 people who are helping in whatever way they can.
You walk up and you see that there is a little halfling woman who is here. She looks up at you and goes, "Hi, you have a medicine kit."
Yeah, there isn't much, and there are people who this belongs to. So if you have anything, bandages,
Are you skilled in healing?
relatively. Not great, but
You see, she looks at you. She has this wild little thatch of wavy hair. It sort of does, and it's like an Albert Einstein-y poof of hair that goes out in all directions. Tiny little halfling woman, and you recognize her having a similar wedding band to the goblin woman you saw out in the street outside. She looks at you and says, "All right, you can heal. You need to rest. You need to rest." Here, and you see that she hands you a crust of bread. It's hard as a rock, but she gives you a canteen of what feels immediately warm to the touch, and you recognize as being tea. Smells herbal, and she says, "Just pour some on it to soften the bread. Eat that, and you have to sleep. We need you."
Okay. She she rips it in half. Dips some of it in that tea, gets it back to Phaedra and sort of tries to feed her, I guess.
Yeah.
Phaedra, hey, open up. And she sort of just tries to break down bits of bite-sized bits and just is giving a bite to Phaedra, a bite for herself, a bite to Phaedra, a bite for herself.
Somewhere in a dream, your mom is feeding you delicious tea biscuits. And you begin to feed them, and then you see Klosara, the halfling woman, leads you out back into the rain for a moment again into another sort of building where you see there are a few cots laid out. It's much colder here, but if you're not on death's door, you'll at least be able to rest here.
Wraps her cloak around herself, conks out, hits that pillow hard. Hard.
Boom.
Unfortunately, that pillow's a rock.
Concussion. Concuss.
For Crocus and Garin, you're out there still with Arrow as you see this goblin woman get back to work. You've all had some exhaustion as well, but you see that also things are going nuts out here. What are you going to do?
I think at this point, Garin's kind of just taking in all the chaos around. You know, the kind of like ash and sweat streaked elements that the rain couldn't wash over this trek. The beard itself almost like darker stained because of it in places. At first it's just kind of standing stoic before you see this like smile curl through his mouth. This hell that some of you had seen for a time, some longer than others. This is the first time in nearly a century that he's been in a space where people, while in chaos, aren't under tyranny. And he's kind of just breathing in a sense of community that he hasn't really been around in a long, long time. Glances over at Crocus. You gonna be all right?
Yeah.
Places his hand on the shoulder. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Now this is a place of dwarven make, it looks like, at one point.
At one point, yeah.
While of a mountain dwarf in his history, there are maybe some similarities in the subterranean builds. He's gonna just start walking through what tunnels he can to where some of the great keepsakes are held by dwarven common folk. Try and recall his days of building simple and intricate abodes, and stumble best he can to where they might keep their finest liquor.
Go ahead. We're going to roll straight because you're still exhausted, but this is stone cunning. So I want you to roll we'll make it a tool proficiency check, given that it's like a stone cunning.
He is a crafter, which means he has proficiency with brewer supplies, but we can go ahead and try and add that.
Let's do that.
All right.
DC 10 gets you something. DC 15 is even better.
19 work for you?
19!
Rolls well when it counts!
Liquor.
Garin,
I almost high-fived you on the seat.
I love it.
Bring it, go.
I fucking love it. Garin, you begin to move forward from this place, and as you do, you are looking out. You hear laughing voices behind you. It's a distant cousin. Well, and of course, and why shouldn't she have? He says, I've nothing against it. He's a very proficient brewer, as hill dwarves often are. I'm just saying. And he says, you sound ignorant, and you sound. There's a brewer is a craftsman just like a mason is, right? But ale doesn't last for generations. Is all I'm saying. It's consumed after it's brewed. That's all I'm trying. And you see that there's a moment, and someone puts a hand on your shoulder, and you feel in this moment someone looking at you and going, Pop, are you all right? You seem lost, like you're somewhere far away.
You see me trying to lick lips that are still themselves just cracked and dried, even through the rainfall. Like kind of a split kind of curling up the front and almost towards the base of his nose. I'm just admiring the grounds. Have you got beer?
Get the man a drink! Torm! And you hear the name Torm shouted out, and you hear voices going, I just wish I was free again, free to be with those I love. And you were headed for Torm's Hill, but you look at the back where it meets the wood line, and you see that there's an old stone fence that connects. And it connects at a large standing rock that's covered in lichens, really thick with lichen. But you look back, and there's some part of you deep down that remembers that stone, remembers this like ancient tall dolmen or like menhir stone. And as you go to like touch the lichen, you see that there are dwarven runes underneath it. It's very common for hill dwarves to, as a way of sanctifying and like protecting supplies, especially things that can go bad, to place them within sight of a sacred stone like this. And on that 19, you look, see where the stone touches, see this sort of earth and sod at the back lip of the mound, and there it is, poking up out of the grass. You miss it, even in bright daylight, let alone during the rain. The very tip of a ringed brass handle on a door that maybe hasn't been opened in who knows how long.
I stumbled forward, kind of catching it to hold my weight up. With what little strength left, to see if I can give it a tug.
You pull back, open. "12 massive, dust-covered barrels of ale, and hanging from the roof, salted beef and pork, huge rations. These may have been here for years, but dwarves know their craft and know it well. And the dwarves that smoked and cured this meat and brewed this ale and sealed it under black wax in ancient oaken barrels, sealed here in this place, you know this will have kept."
Oh, hammer. Miracles abound indeed. And just starts cry laughing on the ground, falls to his knees, and laughs.
You laugh, and as you do, see this miracle unfold before you. Arrow, What are you up to?
I think that Arrow has an inverse reaction to Gar. A lifetime spent wandering in the ashes of this landscape and only spending short amounts of time in any gathering of people. He has come to distrust gatherings as places that are perilous. Time and again, he made attempts in his life to settle, and those all evaporated through his fingers. So to see this many people, and his sort of fear response or anxiety has deadened over the decades. So he's never really thrown or upset in a way that he feels an apprehension right now. And I think he's both scanning we're in view of the mountains here, you said, right?
Yes, you are.
He is both looking at scenes around him of people helping wounded friends or family, and people sort of laughing in the face of tragedy, and just so much life around him that he is, part of him is in another place a long time ago, where he saw scenes very much like this. And then the other part of him, not trusting his surroundings, is scanning the mountain sides for the kind of danger he's used to avoiding his entire life. And I think his gaze eventually falls on one particular peak, and it stills him to a degree. And after allowing himself that indulgence, turns to Crocus.
I don't think that we would have made it this far without you. Oh. Whoa. Okay.
This is not something I would tend to ask. Can I lean on you?
Yes.
I think I need to rest.
And Crocus kind of like sits and hunches down and lets Arrow lean on him.
You sit and hunch down, so exhausted, hearing frantic activity. Arrow, you feel this strength pouring out from Crocus. And he's even stronger than he was before, if that can be said, this enormous belt on him. But you also wonder if whatever magic now moves upon your companion is a gift to him, or if it simply clarifies a gift he already had. As you finally rest, another harrowing escape from near certain death, delivered once again from a fate worse than death. Your eyes do what they have always done, which is move to the horizon. You have to stay ready. How long does Garin stay laughing at the entrance? And what does he do after he is finished?
He laughs until he physically does not have the strength. And that wordless phrase, he does something he hasn't done in 100 years, and he taps a keg. He cherishes, drinks hungrily, as it is and the finest of ales a meal. But then carves a fair piece of meat, fills what could service as any sort of an ale skin. He would probably have to go find, if not, close the door. Doesn't make it known for fear of a panicked rush of unknown supplies, but returns to probably more connected and organized heads to decide what to do with this bounty, but returns to the rest of the troop with what meat he can salvage in secret.
Having carved off a piece for you and your companions, you walk by Nez, who is organizing people again. You see that she's speaking to an absolutely soaked. He looks like he looks like a sort of tiger folk. He's like white and black stripes in his fur, but just like a wet cat. You see he's there going, sort of speaking and going, the river's completely flooded. There's no way. If the scouting party's still out there, then they're not going to be able to make it back to town. And I'm worried about and he's just sort of, once again, dealing with this chaos. But again, the people here do, at least the ones that are like in charge, look rested and sharp of mind enough to be able to handle this. As you walk up to her, she looks up at you. And you clearly seems like the one in charge if you were going to tell anybody. She looks over and goes, all right, we need to find some way to deal with the river, but with years without rain, and now rain comes, and it's incredible, and it's a miracle, and it's going to kill us all.
Miss.
Yes.
Kind of taps her shoulder gently with his cap and gets her attention. His other arm is like clutching the meat underneath, like a half cloak that he's kind of thrown over. It's like,
if we're looking to dam something, I might be able to aid at least a bit of focus. But for the time being, you have many mouths to feed, and you've been sitting on a bounty unknown.
And I kind of just like give a nudge in that direction.
Walk with me if you have but a moment.
All right, briefly. And she walks with you.
And I don't take too much of her time, but I say,
you know who to trust and how to disseminate, but this belongs to you. This belongs to everyone here. See to it.
She looks in the open cellar behind the hill that's been hidden under the sod for who knows how long. And you've never seen someone go complete radio dead in the brain while weeping as hard as possible. Like mouth open, eyes. You're so sorry. Miracle?
Just an old drunk.
And you see she goes, well, I love the soldier. And big hug around the waist. She says, thank you for telling me discreetly. This will be shared and shared equally, but so many of the people here are new faces, and we trust that they are good of heart. We trust that they are good of heart, all of them. And you see that she puts her head down and, struggling with the meaning of those words, she walks back out to the center of the town, closing the door behind her, and rushes off and you see a couple of young, strong people coming back here to set up and start to inventory what they have to share.
I'm gonna nod and watch that for a minute. Bite off a little piece of meat. And begin to walk towards where they went ahead and took Phaedra.
Incredible. We are going to move through time as you have skirted death. Congratulations, heroes of the Divergence. You have made it to somehow. And we will say here, normally it takes multiple long rests to stave off exhaustion, but I think here in the beginnings of the Divergence, we will awaken the next morning with your exhaustion gone, the food and drink that you have, and sort of awakening that next day. Phaedra, you come to against all odds, alive. And I think Nia, it's the next day. Still rain clouds overhead, but the rain is very light as it's coming down now. But it's constant enough as it's coming down that there's the skies. Maybe somewhere it goes from a black storm cloud to a little smudge of gray. Like, God, is there something I've never seen on the other side of that? However, looking throughout the room, you see that there is a very small little medicinal tankard of ale that has some medical tools in it. Just enough alcohol to hopefully sterilize a little bit. A little bit.
Let's not think too hard about that.
Let's not think too hard about that. But you see Nia here as well. And up on one side of this new encampment, you see that there is a bunch of hay bales with ropes. That was the rope snapping you heard was just the flood literally snapping a cable as like hay bales pushed through it.
Really quick, I'm so sorry. Am I still holding Nia's bag that she gave me?
I probably...
Or no, you took it.
I probably, in changing you and getting that, but once I got the bread and tea to you, I probably took it on my way to go knock out wherever she knocked out.
Then never mind.
I'm not stealing your thing.
Yeah.
Would have been a more interesting story. Sorry, friend.
You're good. It was an uneventful night.
This is the very next day, though,
This
right?
is the very next day. As you awaken and the day stretches on, you start to get active again. You can see unfolding around you where the chaos meets the community, where the chaos meets the kindness. It stinks here in this community. There's a lot of waste everywhere. There are a lot of sick people. Nia, the next day you awaken and look at this room where every sick person has been packed into a hot, smoky room together with almost no ventilation. There are some tents and other things around, and you can see this next morning there is a sort of porch on a thatched roof little shanty building that both Nez and Clasara are speaking with an older bugbear, who you see that bugbear has what looks like injuries sustained from public punishment under the rule of the Strife Emperor, but looks to be like a peasant leader of essentially a lot of bugbears and hobgoblins and goblins that have fled here in whatever the chaos. I mean, you remember seeing just whole plains of ash wiped out in the floods before, and whoever could make it here has made it here. But you see that's the group that sort of seems to be talking about what is to be done. And Nez and Clasara both wave over at you, Arrow, that next morning with an open invitation to come speak with them. Other than that, it looks like there's some loose people trying to fix the flood wall, and there's this thing called the Lark's Brook, which is this little river that is just enormous and engorged. It's broken its banks off towards an edge of the community. But you guys tell me what you do the next day here in this new kind of freedom and uncertain safety.
I think after Eros woke up and removed himself from Crocus, has been just pacing near the doorway, waiting to see if Feature wakes up. And as is waiting just outside. That's his only care.
Phaedra gets up, sort of with a start, and immediately thinks, Crocus, I get out, jump off that little shelf, trying to find stability back on my legs, and it's been a rough past few days, so I stumble a little bit. And then I immediately make a beeline for the door to try and find Crocus, but before I do, stop in my tracks, look back at that little mug that has all the medical instruments in it.
Yeah.
Is there anything in there that I could potentially use as a weapon? Like a little knife or
give
something?
Me, give me a little sleight of hand check.
A little sleight of hand? Nat 20 plus 5.
Hey!
These guys are not working with the finest surgical implements.
Yeah.
So on a nat 20, you pull out a full working dagger. Bad for surgery, but great for what you need it for.
Yeah, so I just pick that up. Cool. Mine.
But I'll say on a nat 20 as well, you pull out, it's actually a stiletto, which is why it's being used here. So it's this long, thin blade. And I'll say that as a part of its design, you can add a plus 1d4 to attack rolls against heavily armored opponents. It's like for finding the little neck joint in the armor there.
Okay. Plus 4?
Plus 1d4.
1d4.
Plus 1d4 to attack rolls there. So, Phaedra, you were down, but not out. Next morning, back up, stealing already.
So fucking bad.
We're so fucking bad. And you walk out the door and see Crocus.
I say, oh my god.
And Crocus immediately drops to all fours and like puts himself lower than Phaedra. Is like that's because that's just his normal.
I say, oh, my boy, how are you?
Fine.
You're good? I knew you'd be good.
I'm fine. Are you?
I'm fine. It's gonna take a little more than rain to get me. But,
I mean, it was more than rain.
True, but you did real good out there. You know, not just with me, but with taking care of those kids. And I did a lot of thinking, or at least I tried to. You know, and there's just so much about your heart that changes the second that you have a bodyguard. And I'm so proud of you, my bodyguard. And maybe one of these days you'll have bodyguards of your own to be just as proud of.
What?
I just pull you into a big hug.
He lets Phaedra hug him around the neck, and then he stands up with her hugging him and kind of just like puts his hand underneath so that she's standing, but he stands up again and is holding her, and is just kind of looking around now.
As you look around, you see rushing up out of the crowd towards you, both of you, Crocus, you unmistakable here with like a little bit of dim light, so it goes from the total chaos of like a rainstorm and pitched night to light rain during smudgy dark gray. So everyone's sort of like in those partially concealed foggy half shadows during like a daytime thunderstorm. You look and see two shapes, massive shape, stumbling through the mud, and hear "boss" as this shape starts moving, and you see another guy running as rain touches a sizzling head of Tavine going fuck, 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 just rushing through. And they get through. Otto just scoops you both in an enormous hug. Tavine is there as well. He goes, "Boss! Oh my god!
Oh my god, my boys!
What the fuck happened?
What the fuck happened with you? Where did you go? What happened when everything exploded?
Everything exploded!
Yeah!
Well, here's the thing. You were making this special dinner, and then some guys came and said, if any of you are hiding hands in the soup, and then we said, we gotta go get that hand, and we both fell. You know those giant crucibles?
Yeah.
Everything collapsed, and the crucible smashed out of there, but we were fine, because it's basically a giant helmet. So we were under there for a while, and we were trapped in there, and it rolled for a long time, and both of us and Kef, and we were kind of, you know, if you were like inside a ball, you could run. I'm trying to think how to paint a picture with words.
No, you're doing a wonderful job. I can see it, I can feel it, I can smell it.
We got badly hurt, but we got out of there, and I think hiding in the pot is the only reason we're still alive.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's what us roaches do, right? We survive.
We survive.
We make it out.
We make it out.
What happened to Kef? You said Kef was with you?
They both turned to look at each other. Yeah. A couple days ago, we were traveling on the roads out, trying to get back to harbor as best we could. Kef we met up with some friends of Kef from early.
Has friends.
I think he might be like 200 years old. I don't know. we ran into some friends of his, and they were kind of going a different speed from us, I'd say.
Hey?
Yeah, he's kind of fallen in with a band of, I don't know. He took a bite out of a guy's face in front of a bonfire, and people were talking about how the gods are dead and we're the new gods, and he got naked and he walked into the fire and started burning and laughing. We left.
Yeah.
We simply left.
Wow.
He's different, he intervenes like, I consider myself a dangerous, violent man, and am proud of the crimes I do. And I wished for no part of what I saw.
Yeah. No, that Kef, that tracks. 100%. Not. So he's still out there somewhere. He's.
Don't say that.
Yeah. No, as much as as much as I did not like having him around a whole lot, I'm now realizing that the alternative is much scarier.
I'll never forget that he exists and that he's out there somewhere.
And I point at Maloreth. To our two companions. That guy. We gotta keep an eye on him.
That guy? What's his deal?
He sold out a bunch of Dragonborn.
Oh.
Yeah. Shady guy.
For money.
Does he have any belongings on him?
No, he was a prisoner.
Yeah, okay.
But just because I told Vidra, I'm telling you, we have to keep an eye.
All right.
Yeah, keep an eye in general. I mean...
Yeah, we don't know who's here.
As you point at Marlath, Marlath actually is going to walk up to you.
Crocus will stand all the way up, so his 6'6" is.
You see Marlath walks up and goes,
Hello.
hello. I'm very sorry to interrupt your...
No, of course not. No, what's going on?
I'm given to understand that your coterie... I was aware briefly of the existence of the roaches. And
Many are.
was understanding of your command of the kitchens of Rybad-Kol.
Yes.
Word had reached me that you lived rather a higher lifestyle than many of the prisoners of Rybad-Kol due to your... I would love to speak with you if I could.
Oh, well, I'm not, I just almost died.
But you are a woman,
Not super in a speaking mood.
but you are a woman of resourcefulness and skill.
I can be. Who's asking? For what?
Malreth.
Thank you.
He looks and says, "This is chaos,
I agree.
and therefore represents a tremendous opportunity. If there's word going around the camp, some believe that the Strife Emperor was victorious in battle, others are saying that he was destroyed, but regardless of the truth of the matter, a new order is soon to impose itself here on this town. And I cannot help but notice but two plump, matronly, older women are sort of scuttling around and engaging in various acts of charity, and that seems to be the entire organizational structure of events here in Torm's Hill."
Yes. Very astute observation.
I'm
And
a
you're
man,
bringing this to my attention. Why?
I'm a man of letters and had some position prior to my incarceration amongst the administration of the Strife Emperor and his empire. There are people here who things within the camp are being shared and relied upon, and it's chaos. And of course this is happening because it's life or death and there are floods and things of that nature. But things will revert here. It will not always be a state of emergency, and when the dust settles, I would love to work with you because I believe we may be able to create structures that the people here rely on together.
You make a very convincing argument. But, there's a bit of an initiation process that you're gonna have to go through. Maybe we can discuss it at a later time. But until then, thank you for your advice.
He's going to try to make an insight check to see if your words feel genuine to him.
Okay.
If you would like to make either persuasion or deception,
Okay.
Go for it. You're trying to beat a 15.
Dirty 20.
What would you like Marlath to believe?
He believes that, I am being genuine about that's very interesting information. Thank you for letting me know. And he believes that, oh, you know what? Phaedra is genuinely gonna. He thinks that Phaedra is recognizing his value and is thinking maybe this is actually a good alliance to make. I think this is smart.
Lovely.
That is.
You see, he looks.
That's what he believes.
He looks at the stiletto at your side, and you see he smiles and says, "Quickly armed. I need to find some parchment, ink, and quill, so that I may be likewise armed." And he's
Kill that fucking guy. Put him down.
1,000 into the milk carton. you say anything, and I'm on him.
For the rest
That's my
of
whole job.
God. Fuck that fucking guy. I like it.
I'm affecting Celia's ability to be in character at the table.
Like Nia wouldn't do it, but Celia damn sure would.
Kill the lawyers.
For the rest of you, that next day, and we can be fungible also with time here. If you feel like your actions would occur not over the next day, but over the next week or however long, that's also fine here.
Well, day one, I know you said that the matriarchs of this settlement signaled me, but let's say before we get to that, Arrow would have, I think that we hunkered down and passed out under cover of rain, but still outdoors, and I think Arrow, who his first up always did not sense you leave and just sort of comes awake in his little bit of cover outside, watching the day already started and people moving about. And he wants to find everybody that first moment. But most of all, he wants to find Nia. So he spends the next 20 minutes asking around at the settlement if they've seen her, anyone that looks like her, until I wind my way to her.
Give me a investigation or perception, and do it with advantage, as you've been to Torm's Hill before and kind of know your way around.
Fuck these ones. That's a dirty 20.
Hell yeah.
The other one was a 1.
Asking around for Nia. Someone explains, like, oh, Nia's already working with Clasara, taking care of the injured and sick. But, so you're directed to her very quickly. As you are, though, a woman behind you speaks and goes, I'm so sorry. Are you mentioning Ania? Is that short for Rhaenyra?
It is.
Turning around, absolutely soaked in a, like, there's like a traveler's disguise cloak, but underneath it you see a shimmer of actual, like, white, well-made fabric, a kind of fabric that is not common to see. And you see that there is a beautiful tiefling woman, sort of like swooping horns that come up, white robes underneath this traveler's cloak that are sort of like frayed and destroyed at the bottom, but near the top, lovely stitching and embroidery in like the sort of vest and cowl of the robe. And you see openly on her chest, and as stunned as you were by this amount of people, here's another stunning moment for you. She openly wears a symbol of the Moonweaver on a holy symbol around her neck.
And you said horned tiefling?
A horned tiefling, yes. You see that she appears to be a tiefling, and either she kind of looks like she could be a priestess or a cleric, but seeing open clerics of the prime deities, maybe that's going on in Vasselheim, but out here in the south of Guisar, near the domain of the Strife Emperor, that is crazy to behold. And she looks at you and says, Irania?
Aye.
Greetings, I am Luce. I am helping tend. I'm a friend of Clasara and Nez. And I was a friend for a time of Liana, of her sister.
For a time?
She has departed from Torm's Hill, but I was to remain.
He has a split-second heart attack at the word departed.
Yeah.
Before the sentence is completed.
She, to the last of my knowledge, was alive. She waited here for many months, waited for many months here for her sister, but believed she received a vision, and she departed to the northwest of here and points towards the mountain that occupied your dreams the night before, and parted for the Snowgrave Pass. And you know that pass, and you know it very well.
Are you free at the moment?
Yes. I've been tending to the ministrations of those here. Praise the Moonweaver. And just has a moment of crying as she just says the name of her goddess out loud in public.
Come with me.
Yes.
And as we field the crowd, I'm not going to recount it because everyone here lived it, but I tell her the story of our exodus from the ruins of that prison place to arrive here while searching.
She moves with you, and as she does, she says, all right. My God. They're doing it. Oh. I feel so sorry. As in the events you've recounted, she says, that poor old man. In his dying, that the last execution at Rybad-Kol, a priest of the Changebringer, who had the last laugh then. I just wish that he had stayed alive to see it. Oh, all right. A miracle that you are here, and a blessing. Strange things are afoot. Great danger avails this place. Change is coming. Change is coming. And she moves with you towards Torm's Hill.
Okay. So I think the last time, I think I lost track of her entirely. So it's just based off of someone pointed me in the right direction already.
Yes, so there's the matriarch speaking on the porch, and then you also see where Nia is working at Torm's Hill, at the actual sort of dwarven strong home under the hill.
Okay, so with this tiefling in tow, roll up on your spot.
Nia is being as helpful as she possibly can. Her locks are tied back. She has been waiting for a moment of stillness so that she could look for her sister. There has not been said moment. So she's just bandaging what she can, setting things, just trying to do she's sweating and like frantic, but there is a routine that she is falling into that is providing some comfort. She's remaining helpful, she's remaining useful. And yeah, cloak, bag, bundled up together somewhere safe, but she is working and working and working and working. She woke up and has not sat down since she has been awake.
Go ahead and give me a medicine check with advantage, if you'd be so kind.
Hacha. 11. Medicine 16.
On a 16 medicine check, you see that on a 16 medicine check, you are currently treating this beautiful woman. You realize that she has dark, deep skin, almost like the water at the bottom of the ocean, and you can sense almost a noise. She appears to be a water genasi. Shaved head, but is very, very ill in this moment, just from exhaustion. It's just like collapse, like sort of like nervous system collapse in body. And on a 16, her eyes flutter open, and they look like these deep sapphire blue eyes that without pupil or iris to them. And you see that she looks up and just goes,
Hey, there you are. Welcome back. Hi, I'm Rainiya.
Rainiya, I don't believe in an afterlife. So if these are the halls of paradise, I owe you an apology.
Nia laughs, and she says, not paradise yet, but if you knew me well, this is paradise compared to where I once was. How do you feel?
Absolutely awful. But better.
I'll take better. She lets, what can I call you?
Undetra.
Undetra. Pleasure to meet you, Undetra. And continues to bandage and try to warm her freshly conscious body.
Go ahead and give me an insight check as you do so.
Oh, good. 8.
8, cool. You see that she looks up and just goes, as you tend to her, there's like, most of what you're doing here is like treating a couple of like actual flesh injuries in her legs. Like you see that she did not come through that road. She walked through briars to get here. Her legs are torn apart. And as you're treating those injuries and also just like basically taking some of that tea and helping her breathe, like so that because the smoke you can tell is really affecting her, but she's got to be near warmth in this room. Mm-hmm. So you're like letting her like have like a wet rag near the fire, bring it over so she can breathe like something humid that has like herbs in it. It's like a poultice that's coming through. She just goes over and says, This is saving my life. Do you get that a lot? Is that special for you when you save someone's life?
Every time is special, but it feels funny to feel the special things feel common. But again, if you knew me well, yeah, it's kind of what I do.
It's a contradiction. If something is common, it can't be special. So you've contradicted yourself. You don't make any sense.
No, I don't. None of this makes sense. I think to make sense in a place like this, you would have to be a real particular kind of crazy. Not my kind.
Arrow enters this place with Luce behind him.
I don't think she sees me coming. I think that I see you at work in the middle of this conversation.
Yeah.
And come up behind you and you hear a familiar voice say,
So yeah, I mean, contradicting it's kind of my thing. I mean, one day it works, one day it doesn't, and she's just rambling, flustered. You said shaved head, dark skin?
Yes.
Flustered. He is flustered. He is absolutely flustered. She's just trying to like tend and be normal. But yeah, contradictions are actually a funny thing because, you know, when you're a healer, it's sort of common for you to be saving lives, but every life is so precious and so special. So, I mean, you, of course, I mean, you're... And so, yeah, it's sort of my thing.
You a little flustered?
Yes.
Got it. I'm a little flustered too. I just have a funny way of showing it.
I mean,
and
I think we're all a little flustered these days.
Whip pan, Arrow, you're okay. Gets up, scrambles, and then sees Luce and... Oh my God! And goes to hug Luce, weeping, but cry laughing, and just out of that one place into this other very precious place. Luce, hi. Hello.
She gives you this huge embrace, holding you to her. I cannot tell you how strongly I wish that I could tell you.
Liana, where is she?
Liana received a vision.
Is she here? Or where?
She received a vision of your parents. Your parents were here, but more than a year ago. They journeyed from here to where I cannot say. I was on a scouting expedition when they left, and the exact manner of their departure was unclear to me, but Liana received a vision and believed that they headed in the direction of Snowvale Pass.
Okay. It is wonderful to see you.
She was well, she was whole, she was healthy, and she left fed and armed.
Okay.
There's every reason to believe that she knew what she was doing.
Okay.
How are you? Are you well?
As well as one can be at a time like this. I'm moving with a Arrow, have you told Luce what? How are you? My goodness. Hi. Good morning. Hello. Here, and she clears out a place for Arrow to sit. Where after taking care of Phaedra, I passed out here. I met Clasara,
yeah.
and we've been working to patch up what and who we can.
I'm still getting my bearings.
Yeah, she gleaned that. That's why she's trying to get you seated, and immediately is going to pay attention to the conversation, but is checking him, seeing how he's doing, giving a little cursory scan of her friend.
I told you I'd get you to Torm's Hill.
Thank you.
And you've seen him, you see something that you have not seen before.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen him smirk. You've never seen him smile. I'm just sorry that took such a roundabout way of getting here.
It's okay. It's okay. We got here. We got here, and we got here whole. We got here well. And she goes to grab Luce's hand. I told you change was coming.
Undeniable.
She just is reeling after all the information that she's gotten. Her sister as well. She goes to make sure that her locket is still in her bag. It's still there. Mm-hmm. It's still there?
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah, Nia is untying her hair, getting ready to, you said Snowgrave Pass is where she may be?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We must move.
I'm familiar
Okay.
with Snowgrave.
How far? Is it days? Can we get there quickly? Can I make it there and back?
Right?
Days.
No.
It's days.
Okay.
Properly outfitted, yeah.
Okay.
Have you seen the Roach Gang or Garin this morning?
Have I seen Garin this morning?
No, I think you've probably been, unless Garin thinks you have.
I don't think so.
Then I think okay, let's find Garin and everyone, and Luce holds her hand. How can I be helpful to you? Do you want to come with us?
For right now, I think that my place is here. In Torm's Hill. There's much to be done here. Much. You hear a commotion outside as a faint cheer goes up, and you hear a wagon trundling sort of into the camp, and sort of half-hearted, hey, half-hearted cheer, and as it does so, you see that Luce says, "It is, I believe, my task to remain here. The Moonweaver's blessings are required for the people gathered in here.
Yes, of course.
And it is due to the Moonweaver's workings that these people have."
Thank the moon.
As you say that, you see below, on Detra, leveled, says, "If you're going to converse, could you do so outside?" And looks up.
I see.
Looks up at Luz specifically with a look of utter scorn. and distaste.
Nia sees that, hides her offense and her confusion. Nia is so sweet baby, is really confused and off-put by the energy that she's giving is, I've done this for you and you spit at my friends.
Mm-hmm.
Very well. Very well. Takes Lucen, does not leave, but moves to a corner, hopefully out of earshot of this once hot, now mean. Still hot, but
You were hot, and then you became mean.
Yes.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, sure. She says once more, a little louder, a little bit more confidently, thank the moon to see you.
Ondetra takes it as given and averts her eyes down and goes somewhere in her head.
Okay. I let her.
Luz looks at you and says, I will remain here, attending to the people in this place.
Gently sort of passes her hand over the emblem on her chest. And, she, is Clasara somewhere in here?
Yeah, Clasara's...
Clasara, if I could take a break for a moment.
She says, oh, yes, all right, yeah, go feed yourself, go eat, get water.
I'll be back soon.
Yes.
I haven't seen her yet, though, so
No.
I'm going to trundle over and take a knee.
Arrow, oh.
Are you faring all right?
I can't believe you're here. I'm faring all right.
Your digs are looking a little different.
Well, it's gotten very in demand in a way that I could never have anticipated.
Sustainable.
No, not without some more miracles, but they seem to be going around.
Sort of the Nia being very nosy in this conversation. This is sort of the miracle hub of this space. So,
yes, but outside you actually hear shouting, and you hear Nez shouting, "You lunatics! What's the matter with you?" And you hear like, "Oh, sorry, Mom. We just did. We thought it was the right thing to do, so we done it." Outside, what has Garin been up to this morning?
So Garin fell into the deepest sleep he's had in a long time that lasted about 4 hours before he shot up. We're in the corner somewhere where he had kind of just slightly drunkenly passed out. He goes, "The river, right." And immediately charges out and goes off to where that river swell was threatening to continue to flood and take out some of the elements, and looks to see whoever's trying to be in charge of the damming efforts or the redirection efforts of this. Who did he see when he was...
You look at probably, so you see as you go out there, Nez and also this older bugbear that has some evidence on his body of public discipline. Goes over, he's got these long arms that go down past his knees. There's a lot of he can rest, he can crouch down and put an elbow to the ground and still rest his chin on his hand. He looks over, as you begin to walk over, he looks and says, "Well, I don't know how we managed to get anything out over if they're lost on the other side of the water there. I don't know how we'll..." As you approach him, Nez looks over and says, "I didn't get your name last night, my friend."
Garin. Just Garin.
Saint Garin, the miracle worker, Garin, finder of ale and salt beef. You see the older bugbear that looks over you and says, "Bore."
Bore kind of clasps, and it is one thick meaty hand on a stretched forearm, kind of wrapped around it almost.
You get his wrist and he gets your forearm. A pleasure, friend. The meat is going to... That's an incredible...
Never mind the meat. This river is swelling, it's flooding, right?
Yes.
All right. glancing around, are there any, as might have been common with some of the hill dwarves there, are there any like decorative outer like waist or shoulder high walls that may have fallen or weathered with time?
You look out and see, buried under like moss and foliage, an old farmer's wall, like big thick slabs of stone, moss covered, off in a corner for like a long since defunct pasture.
Okay. As he's kind of like looking out past that, still holding on to the bugbear forearm, kind of thinks of all the years that his skills have put towards the subjugation of others, and a bit of inspiration hits to finally turn his craft towards its original intent, and looks back into the eyes of this new friend and ally and goes, all right, I'm gonna build a new wall. Get your men. I'm gonna teach you a little bit about masonry.
You see, he turns around and says, all right, lads, let's look lively. And Garin just taking a stride. I think as you guys exit out, you look and see, Garin, as you step to start grabbing those stones, you see a carriage pulls in with 3 young halflings. All of them look absolutely devastated. They're skeletal thin. All of them also have visible brands on their face. You can tell from some of the cities of the Strife Emperor, because the Strife Emperor still wishes to conduct business and trade and all these other things like that. All of them have a T on one cheek, which is for thief, and they have another brand scored into their skin, HD, for habitual drunkard. And they have a wagon being pulled by some oxen. You can see that they have like 2 pulling the wagon, and there's a couple more clearly rustled or stolen. And there's a big wagon up front. You see Nez is shouting at them, "You lunatics!" And there appear to be what looks like recovered lumber. And you see that in the back there are like tin pails. There look to be like some loose tools, like little sort of spades and shovels and things like that. But you can tell they've got it from somewhere, and looking at it, it all looks like the kind of stuff, this sort of like abundance would be from a work site of the Strife Emperor. So it looks like they've gone out and done something potentially really stupid. But they've got buckets of tools. They've got some rotting, some partially rotted, and some more okay lumber. As Bull Ray stands side by side with you.
Yeah. And so I'd say probably when you've come upon them, he's probably begun to, or is partially through an instruction to likely Bull Ray about like, see, the stones are heavy. It's not about lifting them. It's about leverage. It's about using. It's just kind of going through like baseline instructions of large skeletons.
Leverage. Hell yeah, Garin, you come in. As you do this, you see these 3 halfling lads sort of jump off the back of the wagon. And as they come up with these big things of tools, Bull Ray gets a lot of his like goblin and hobgoblin sort of peasantry to start grabbing these tools. One of these kids, who you can see has a permanent, from where he was branded, it got too close to his eye. And you can see that it's a little bit warped on an eyelid. It's kind of leaking some tears. But you can see, and it has sort of a permanent blood spot on the white of his eye down in the corner. But you see he looks, all 3 of them look a little bit, there's like a twinge of madness in their eyes, and a little bit of risk-taking. And he comes off and he's like, right there, well, get it off the back of the car. And he comes over, and you see Nez says, Bowdleys, addressing them as a group, make sure, don't give the tools to Bull Ray and he'll distribute them. Don't just give them to your friends. And you see, all of a sudden, there are tools, there's some oxen here in places, and you see some of these bigger stones. That wall ends in some other sort of like larger plinths or like hitching post stones that you can tell go deep enough into the ground that they might be like, 8 to 10 feet in length if pulled up out of the ground. What does Garin start instructing people to do?
I think he's going to go ahead and start looking at the angle of the river and where it's swelled beyond the banks and the direction where it's threatening to kind of overtake the hill and into where a number of these communities have set up temporarily, to start relocating the stones to offset where that is, densely pack them deep into the muck, and try to basically be a barricade, a full-on dam that'll carry the river beyond the point of danger and further into the valley where it's supposed to go.
You have the most help action a person could have as these halflings and hobgoblins, and Bull Ray starts to direct his community. And he's like, all right, he's like, Broadleys, go get the oxen. He says, they've just worked all night. Why can't they have a little time off? And he's like, we're all in it together. The oxen are in it with us. So they start hauling stones. Go ahead and give me a mason's tools check with advantage.
Oh, this helps stacks.
This helps stacks. There you go. Call it DC 10 for something. DC 15 gets you the best result you're looking for here.
That's going to be a 20.
A dirty 20.
Yeah.
I will say this. Over the course of that day, Garin, you are striding around, hearty claps on the back from Bull Ray. You see that these three halflings look really industrious and they want to help, but you can tell these three halflings have never known an honest day's work in their life. Their task is better suited to going and getting the goods by means unclear to you. And as they are passing tools and things off to people, and Bull Ray is there, I think you are busy with that bridge there. You see that Marlath comes and gets on the wagon as the Bowdleys are passing stuff off, and you see that he has sort of covered this as the rain kind of fades, and instead sort of a mist comes up. Right as the Bowdleys are starting to pass stuff off, Marlath says, "Name? What's your name? All right, 2 hammers to you," and just begins to keep track of what's being passed out to people.
Bureaucracy is born anew.
And starts to take a ledger of names and who got what and who went to whom. The Bowdleys sort of look over, and you see that you can see Marlath sort of speaking candidly with the Bowdley brothers as he sort of marks down what's going where. Garin, on that 20, a wall comes up overnight. What was hay bales and rope becomes replaced with solid stone, mortared with earth. And I think that you see, as these stones go over, you actually look and see out there in the river, there is, in the middle of it, a standing stone that's about maybe 10 feet out and splits the difference. You think you could probably get 2 of these stones anchored on that rock out in the middle and get a bridge out to the rest of the forest. On that dirty 20, the wall goes up and a passage out to the forest. And I think Arrow and Nia, with your Wanderer ability, that's the forest that has game. It's higher up in altitude. There's probably food out there. There's ability to trap and hunt and things like that.
I think as this is going on, too, there's moments where people are either losing focus or, misaligning things out of a lack of knowledge, and Garn steps up and begins, giving shouts and overarching instruction to how to correct these things and work it properly. And as happens time to time, his brain kind of wanders to memories of giving these same instructions as they were carving out the deeper hillsides and mountain abodes of Uthor. And he kind of catches himself and steps back a bit and kind of withdraws from a position of authority that he began to step into out of instinct, and instead turns back to Bull Ray and puts the remainder of his effort teaching Bull Ray and lifting him up as leader as opposed to being that. But still takes pride in this endeavor.
As you show the working of the stone, how to build a foundation, where the pressure, what the relationship of the weight is to the rest of the structure, how to be the person that knows how to do this intuitively and deeply. You see after there's this moment later on in the day when the first, because getting the first stone out there is easier. You just get it up, leverage it, have ropes, it goes nice and solid. It's getting that second stone across, that larger standing stone, to make a little footbridge over the raging water. And you see as that goes, it's tipping, people are getting it into position, ropes, it's a little bit more precarious, and boom, falls exactly where you said it was going to. A cheer, and this one not ragged, this one just, ah, as it goes up, and you can see as that cheer goes up, there's a moment and a pause, and from deeper in the woods, ah, as another cheer of this lost party goes up, and everyone starts to freak out going, ah! So you see that one guy who's way too exhausted and injured to be yelling this hard just sort of faints and gets lifted back up. Oh, get him back to the infirmary. Like, he cheered too hard. He passed out. Like, you see this bedraggled, coughing, exhausted search party comes back with barrels and barrels of like herbs and like medicinal greens from the woods up ahead, and just baskets and baskets of berries from further up on the hillside. Comes in, and what would have been a raging torrent finds a bridge waiting for them. And as Bullray looks, he goes, You've changed the world. This didn't used to be here, and now it is. That's something like a miracle.
Miracles don't come from one person. We did this. You did this. And it's just the beginning.
You see, he smiles and looks out and goes, you're talking about the weight of the stones. Wrong time ago. I remember there was a woman in my village before I was taken from my family and sent to work here in the ash fields by the Strife Emperor's soldiers. And the rulings and edicts of the Emperor, the gauntlet raised on high, our ruler, our sovereign. When I was young, I believed in him because it's what we were allowed to believe in. You gotta believe in something. This girl who came through our village, beautiful, long ears, nut brown fur shining like starlight. So I've heard starlight shines. And she said, because I referred to the Strife Emperor as our leader. And she corrected me. She said, our ruler. And I said, what's the difference? And she said, a ruler goes on top. And he points to the stones, and a leader goes underneath. Gets under something. A town, a family, a cause. A person who leads finds a way to hold the weight that others cannot hold, to be sturdy and strong. I never knew what she really meant. It seemed so impossible to matter like that. But I do know one thing. She carried a hammer. You all hear a scream from elsewhere in the village. A terrible scream. As you turn, and having arrived, walking through the chaos of the encampment unseen in the fog and shrouded in darkness, armored in full black cast iron plate, removing a cloak, armed to the teeth, is a captain of the Strife Emperor's Guard, with 6 fully armored soldiers behind him, who calls out, "This gathering is at its end. All of you will kneel to the Strife Emperor's will, or you will be executed on the spot. Return at once to your lands and service to your emperor." You see the 6 soldiers, Colm, 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 slam their swords on their shield as several lie dead at their feet, cut down already. That's where we'll take our break.
Oh, hello. You're here to learn about Beacon, not only the extraordinary home for everything Critical Role, but also the best way to support the very important work that we do here.
Can someone zip me up?
I know what you're thinking. What's in it for me? What do members get? Exclusive early access to tickets for live events, access to our members-only Discord server, instant video on demand, and podcast access right after each episode drop, 10% discount on all merch in all 5 international online shops. With your support, more content is possible.
It's just some immersion therapy. Keep your eyes open.
We've got Beacon exclusive series like Critical Role Cooldown, where you get to sit around the table right after an episode ends, and Fireside Chat, our community Q&A powered by the Beacon Discord, and questions from members like you.
Hey, Ashley?
Yeah?
Do you want me to get you a new Mr. Plushie? Because this guy is rough.
No!
I'm just gonna wash him, man.
And if that isn't enough, we've got series like Critical Role Abridged, Reslayer's Take, and Midst. Above all, Beacon is the best way to directly support Critical Role, our staff, and everyone who helps shape our company into what it is today.
All right, coming to you in 3,
Granola! Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role.
So, like, I really need that money, but I also really don't think we're supposed to kill this thing because it's like, yeah, I owe a lot of money to someone, and it would really help.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I might have gambled some money I didn't have. Honestly, at this point, I don't really know because there was interest. It's not important. It's not gonna get back to us.
It's not?
When did you come in?
I saw you guys take the book, and I thought I'd just see what you guys were doing, and I caught the tail end of that. I'm really sorry. I know I wasn't supposed to. I forgot it already. I forgot it.
Hey critters, Laura Bailey here to guide you through what's new in the Critical Role shop. Roll an investigation if you want. It's basically perfect. Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. The cuteness, it's overpowering.
Style should never be a dumpster, darling.
This is pretty badass. Look at this. Isn't it fashion? So much fashion happening here. Check it out. Look, it has pockets. This is a lot of stuff, you guys. We have like so many cool things right now. And hey, if you want, you could head over to the Critical Role shop right now.
In play, it felt so good.
Everybody's engaged at the same time.
The hope and the fear mechanics are a wild role-playing ride.
The game is called Daggerheart, our own fantasy tabletop RPG that we've been developing. It's a unique 2d12 dice rolling system that ensures that every roll of the game has some sort of impact on the game itself.
It really fosters that collaborative roleplay aspect.
Character building lets you do your own thing and organically be like, actually, I'll take a little of this, a little of that.
You can be an unlikely combination of things.
The hope and fear mechanics to me really feel more like the score of a good film.
Mounting fear just added a different layer of tension to the game.
The tactileness is really exciting for me. I just feel very represented in this game.
I would absolutely play again. Daggerheart is fun as hell to play.
I absolutely love Daggerheart.
It's gonna be something real special, and it's just the beginning.
Do you find yourself dealing with low energy, drowsiness, or boredom?
You may have made a pact with an infernal demon, or you may be suffering from low CR.
Low CR is a common condition that affects between most and nearly all adult humans. Low CR, or low critical role, occurs when human people don't have enough nerdy voice actors in their lives. But now, there's a cure.
I don't let low CR control my life anymore.
Beacon is a non-invasive subscription that provides 24 hours exclusive content each day.
This was when we decided it should look like a gender reveal party.
Early access to event tickets, members-only Discord, 10% off merchandise, and more. Do not take Beacon if you are allergic to Beacon. Consult your familiar if you think Beacon could work for you.
Side effects may include excessive enjoyment, overexcitement, and diarrhea.
Critical Role is in no way a treatment, medication, or anything other than a bunch of nerdy voice actors. Do not watch Critical Role unless you enjoy it. We repeat, we are absolutely not any sort of health anything. To learn more, visit beacon.tv or find it on your app store.
Tomorrow feels a little brighter now that I have Beacon.
Hello, and welcome as we return to our tale here in Torm's Hill, where things are getting a little bit tense.
Spicy?
Spicy, I would say. Our heroes, where are you standing as this group of Strife Emperor soldiers emerges sort of in the center of the most structures? Where you met Nez last night with the lantern up, that's where you are right now. There's like a little makeshift paddock for some livestock over here. There's a couple little buildings. The new bridge is over that way. Torm's Hill, the actual structure, is like farther past you to the left over here. They're kind of in the center of all the new people here. And you can see that there are 3 bodies on the ground around them that they have just cut down in this moment. As they turn, the captain in the center calls out, "I see a wagon and oxen belonging to the Strife Emperor and his servants. Where are the thieves that absconded with this? What are you all doing here? Are there any in this rabble that have an answer for your lord and sovereign?" You see, do any of you speak?
I'm still holding Phaedra up so she's eye level with everyone else, so I'm just waiting.
So it's 6 soldiers and their one captain.
So there's 7 of them. Yeah. You, Arrow, as you look around, there are 1,200 people in this camp. Mm-hmm. There's about 40 some odd right in this area around the soldiers. But you can see people are hearing shouting elsewhere, but it's a busy camp. Like past a certain edge of camp, people might not even know that there's something happening right here, right? Like,
how ringed in are they with the crowd?
The people
pulled back?
With the people that they just killed, everyone has like moved about 20 feet away from that. And what you see is you're looking at the tired, the bedraggled, the sick, the exhausted. These people the strongest people here just spent all day building a fucking bridge with their hands. There's exhaustion and panic, and you see these soldiers there. Give me an insight check. Call it DC 12.
I know what I want to do. Yeah, that's good. That's 22.
Everyone around you is terrified. All of that joy, all of that laughter was so loud and exuberant and urgent because everyone knew it was too good to be true. And now the soldiers are back, and it's all about to be taken away again. That's what you would get on a 12. On a 22, these soldiers haven't eaten in 3 days.
Knowing that things are on a knife's edge and can go in either direction and people need something to believe in, Arrow is going to quietly walk up from the side, hopefully slightly back in an angle, plant a hand on one of the soldiers' shoulders, turn.
Hell yeah, roll initiative. I fucking love it.
Nice.
I fucking love it.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
That's a nat 20.
Nat 20.
Yeah.
What do you add anything to that? That's awesome.
Oh, I add my constitution.
Or your dexterity.
Dexterity. No, that's it.
Okay, dirty 20 or nat 20.
Mm-hmm.
What do we got here, Matt?
18.
18 for Gar. And what do we have here? 18 for Crocus. These are some good initiative rolls. What
19.
Do we got? 19.
Yeah. Oh, we were so ready. Yeah.
I fucking love it. Arrow, what do we got?
Oh, 10.
10. Okay, so the way we are going to do this is give me a stealth check, and I'll tell you the number you're trying to beat here as you get up. You're trying to beat, that's a 10. I think you're only trying to beat you're trying to beat a 10 on a stealth check.
16.
So you got the surprise round. You're just like doing the natural ranger thing, which is you don't sneak like this. You just move as soft as you can. Pat foot. I'm gonna bring the map out.
Never done a thing that had a map.
Me neither.
Here.
I'm
like, this is the first time I get to have a map.
I'm excited.
So excited.
I'm very excited.
The fire freezes in midair, and then we cut to the captain going, "You're probably wondering how I got here."
Yep, that's me.
Oh, man.
Wait.
Hell yes. Now, I have to ask where all of you are with your minis! Garin, my boy!
Hell yeah.
Here we go. Rhaenyra.
Oh my gosh!
Miniature. Crocus. Stick it out. Unbelievable.
She's got heels like my girl. Good.
And Arrow. Here we go, baby.
Oh my gosh! Wow, let me see my big boy. What a scary boy. Wait, let me see you. Wow. Wait, can I see yours?
No, we just need 20 more minutes.
Arrow.
Hey, look at all your minis.
We're playing with our toys. Wow.
Play with your toys. Do your thing. Any questions?
I'm so deeply obsessed.
Which direction is the bridge that we have?
Where's Nia?
Nee's
Bridge
right here.
this direction over here.
Okay.
Bridge over here. Torm's hill over here.
That's a fearsome duo. Do I have
duo
auto intervene with me?
Yes, I believe you do have auto intervene.
I feel like I would. Yeah, I would
Yes,
have stuck around with
absolutely.
them.
So where
we
were all
be?
talking right outside of Torm's Hill, right?
Yes, you were.
Yeah.
You were all talking right outside of Torm's Hill. We're gonna make that auto, and we're gonna find a little Tavine somewhere around here too. Make that Tavine. Okay.
Really? I've never had a mini before.
That's awesome.
Baby's first mini.
So you guys were doing your shady stuff. This is the wagon that was brought in by the fellas. So you might be somewhere back in this area.
Okay.
Over here. So there's Otto and Tavine right there. You're over here with Phaedra. Hell yeah. So I'll tell you guys right now. This is the story reality we are in matches the mechanical reality, which is this is not a fair fight. These are soldiers. They have powerful weapons and armor and shields and everything like that. Everybody else here on the battlefield is a commoner. The reason you guys all started in Rybad-Kol is that a group of soldiers would instantly slaughter any of you. Not without question. So this moment is as tense can be. However, Arrow is going to kick things off with us. So we're going to move. Arrow. So in the surprise round, we move through everybody's round. So all of you come out of the surprised condition. You can all act normally on your turn. And it gets to Arrow. And you can pop all the way off, my friend.
All right, so I think what happened was once this guy started shouting in the middle of this new town square, I just sort of turned on a dime and walked away from Nia and started just moving through the crowd so I wasn't coming directly on, and then popped up by that well and just quietly walked up without any fanfare. And breath weapon is a 15-foot cone or a line. I think it's most beneficial if I do the cone and get 1, 2, 3.
Oh my God!
And they have to make a dex save.
So you're gonna get the captain and both soldiers right now. Ooh. Unbelievable. What a way to pop off. Okay, what is the DC on that dex? 13.
Big 13.
Okay. We're gonna roll for these soldiers first. Not the most dexterous. They need 12s or higher. 1 succeed, 1 fails. The one right in front of you fails. We're gonna roll for the captain. Captain succeeds as well, so they're gonna take half damage. You can see the one right in front of you is getting the brunt of the flame as it erupts from you. Okay. Go ahead and roll damage. Oh, it's a 1. No!
10! It's a 1 out of 10. Well, they can't get half, so they all take 1, right?
They all take 1. Boom, boom. Fire moves out in all directions as they raise up their shields and armor. That is your action. I will ask as well, as you spray fire everywhere, the fire erupts. Everyone screams as one of them just walked up and breathed fire over everybody. Is there anything you say or do in this moment? Because you can feel that knife's edge. You have selected violence for you and possibly everybody here. Is there anything you say or do in this moment because you can feel like a stink of like a nearby predator? You can feel confusion, that thing that gets people killed more than anything else, as people do not know what they are supposed to do.
He shouts, after spitting fire, and they rear back. 7 overlords or 1,200 of us!
Give me persuasion with advantage, and I would also like you to roll with a D12 die of inspiration.
It's that guy. Okay. The total is... Oh, I have no persuasion bomb.
And you're rolling that an inspiration die as well.
21.
21. Amazing. As you shout that out, go ahead and select 5 commoners nearby you who are going to be activated to act.
This strong man with a blade in his hand.
Hell yeah. Great. He's going to rush forward and join you.
This guy who looks like he's about to break dance.
Hell yeah, right here.
Ninja in the village.
He's going to rush forward. Hell yeah.
This chef.
Chef is running forward.
Yep.
One of the kids.
Okay, I see a guy with this one with the hammer in their hand as well.
Hell yeah, great.
My little Bobby.
Great picks,
Yeah.
man.
Time you learn.
Oh, not the guy with the flute.
Am I out?
You have one more.
I don't know.
Yeah. We can change their minds with the power of song.
Little Kengu and the other side.
I'm gonna say this dwarven woman with a farming sickle over her shoulder.
Yes, okay. She's gonna rush out here and join you.
Yeah.
So as you call out 7 overlords, 1,200 of us, a group of people who you can see are the ones that were the most predisposed. Like they were, basically there's 5 people in the crowd that had your same exact idea and you beat them to the punch, and they rush. And you, even the dwarven woman was like, it could have gone either way, but now that it is violence, it better be us violence. Like, if you're picking violence, do violence hard as you can. What I'd like you to do now, you have 5 commoners. These are commoners, man. They do 2 damage on a successful hit.
Me too.
Go ahead. I just want you to roll 5d20. You're gonna roll 5 attacks for me. Go ahead and roll the 2 next to you first.
Okay.
They add 2 to hit.
17.
17 is a hit.
And a 7.
17, okay. So rushing up to the soldier right in front of you, you see the guy with the blade who just has literally he just has a farming shovel, rushes up to a guy in full half plate and jams a gardening implement under his helmet and scores under his fucking collarbone. That's him. Go ahead and give me 3 attack rolls for these guys rushing up to that soldier over there.
Okay, so that gets us 17.
17 hits.
A 4. And a 20, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, they rush up to that soldier. Once again, you see, one of them has a hammer they've been using to help build the bridge, coming over from the bridge area over here, runs up, clocks the guy across the helm, and the other one just runs up and gets a hand in through the armor and begins to try to strangle the guard standing. Just get your hands in. That is your turn. We go to the top of the initiative order. You see the captain comes out of the surprise and says, "Kill them all!" And that is going to be that's the commoner's turn. A bunch of the other commoners are holding their initiative in shock and dismay. Nia, that's you.
Nia's probably is that I don't know where the med area would be that she was leaving from. I'm assuming she's...
Torm's Hill is this way, so you might be over in this part of the
Okay, if you could find me a place to probably hide. I don't know.
And this is Luz right here.
Oh, wonderful. I'm gonna tell her to hide.
Okay.
Or take that Moonweaver emblem off her, just because that's probably not a good thing to have on your person right now. And, oh gosh, she doesn't have, wouldn't be smart for her because she has no weaponry to go up and try and get into the fight. So I think are those 2 kids, 2 small people?
Those are halflings.
Oh, those are halflings. I think she's gonna hold her action. She doesn't have any weapons. She's I think her instinct is to like get the more vulnerable people away from the fray and the worst of it. The most exhausted, the most sick, the most unable to fight in a time like this. She would probably be moving them away from
give
this.
Give me a persuasion check. Do so with advantage.
Okay. Persuasion is a 19.
19. Okay. Pick 4 that look the most vulnerable to you, and you pull them to safety.
Hacha. Maybe.
Luz is gonna be one of them.
Yeah, Luz definitely. I'm gonna get her to safety.
She rushes to safety.
Maybe old boy with the guitar behind that tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or the liar.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't tell like if any of these people are like youths or elderly. I'll say this person with a mug, he can probably stay. Maybe this
These 2 right in front of you.
Yeah,
here?
those 2.
Great.
Yeah, those can be moved, and then probably this gentleman on the left of her.
Great. So you get everyone behind you.
Yeah, everyone behind me.
Everyone behind you.
Yeah.
Great. That's awesome. Are you going to hold your turn to potentially act later?
I'm gonna do that and then hold the rest of my turn.
Okay. You let me know because you're just sending your initiative down the river.
No, she has a Starmie's letter opener. She might go if she could. She's gonna hold. She's gonna hold. She knows she has that letter opener, but she's gonna wait until probably somebody more vulnerable or weaker gets in her way.
Great. Phaedra, it's gonna be your turn. You let me know when you want to insert your turn in the initiative.
Standing in my hand.
Yeah, I look at my boys and I say, you know the drill, sick 'em.
Crocus immediately puts her on the ground.
Yeah. Y'all got it. And yeah, if we could all just, I guess, charge the guy who's closest to us.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Crocus goes literally right after you.
Oh, okay, great.
This guy is uncircled right now. The whole roach gang can just charge that dude right now.
Yeah.
Okay, you rush forward. Boom. Boom. Tavine and Otto.
Cat at a time like this.
Incredible. Phaedra, do you want to go ahead and take your attack?
I will. Okay, so does this soldier have heavy armor?
Yes, he does.
So I get my +4.
You get your plus 1d4.
Or 1d4 is what I meant. Okay. Do I add my dex?
You add your dex, yes, you do. And your proficiency bonus.
And my proficiency. So that's a 21 to hit.
21! Fuck yes! Okay. So you're gonna go ahead and add 1d4 plus your dex modifier.
1d4 plus dex. Okay, so that is good. I don't know. I'm not gonna use that one because that one is evil.
You roll a d4.
A d4. I don't know what I was doing. D20. You know. That's a 1, but my dex is 3, so I do 4 points of damage.
Twice as much as one of these commoners here.
Yeah.
Phaedra, as you see the rush happening here, I think you also see, give me an insight check if you would, as I described. As you rush up, smaller than everyone here. You're like, you were almost killed by the rain and nature, but people have been fucking with you your whole life. You know how to take care of people, and you run up and stiletto, blood gushes. You run up and get him right in the femoral artery, the main artery inside the leg, boom, and feel, as you have many times before, a gush of blood over your forearm as one of these giants towering over you is about to be brought low.
Great, I got a 9.
You got a 9 on insight. Okay, you're gripped in battle frenzy. You run up, stab this guy, boom, and the rest of your crew is rushing up as well. Crocus, go ahead. That's gonna be you.
So as soon as she says, as soon as she says, get him, essentially. Crocus puts her down. He looks at the guard. The dragon eye slits go and just become needles.
Yeah.
And the and like almost like roll back in his head, and the claws on his hands extend, and he just bulldozes at the guy, and is going to make a claw attack. Yeah, just big tail behind him, like down like a dinosaur running, just gonna slam into him. So that's
just this coming at you at full speed.
Can you use that as the mini?
That is a 16 plus 7 to hit.
That's funny.
Yeah, Alex, that'll do it.
Yeah.
That'll do it, man. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Crocus is good at.
That we know of so far.
I think he's done well.
He's a very capable boy.
He does.
Gives excellent piggyback rounds.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice
Oh, he he does 9 points of slashing damage.
Jesus! Unbelievable. Jasmine, could you please roll 2 attacks for Otto and Tavine?
Okay.
They are slightly more dangerous than your average commoner. They roll +3 to hit.
Oh, okay. Not super great. One got a 14 and one got an 11.
Okay, both of them miss. So you see they rush forward, just hacking at the armor. So only you and Crocus hit. You slash into his leg. Crocus, one of your claws, as you rip a pauldron off the armor, and all of the skin of his shoulder comes off with it into your claw.
I just press the front of my forehead just against his helm and just terrifying. As I'm holding the pauldron in my hand.
We hate it. We absolutely hate it.
I'm the non-working breath weapon when I get into this state just starts foaming like snow foam out of his, just dripping between his teeth and splattering on the ground.
Grotesque.
Yeah.
Yum.
I love it.
Garin, that is going to be your turn.
Okay. Garin was a bit far from the whole center of this chaos. So is going to, let's see here. Garin's going to go ahead and move 30 feet up to here as he's rushing up there, kind of like feeling the hammer's weight in his hand and his fingers kind of starting to dig in to prepare for what's coming, especially at the spark of violence that has erupted here, kind of, all right, I guess we're doing it this way. And is going to go ahead and step alongside this individual here.
Yeah.
Is this somebody who looks capable or frightened?
I think everyone here is both.
Fair.
And, ultimately, these people aren't warriors. But if they do not become warriors, they will live under the decree of warriors.
Okay. I'm going to move past them and say, if I fall, step into my place and keep going. And I'm going to go ahead and dash action.
Hell yeah.
And just kind of get as close as I can to that fray to be one of many targets, preferably better than somebody else.
Hell yeah. You want to get up here in between these two?
If I can get there with the movement, yeah.
Yeah, I believe you can.
Yeah, with 30 feet, I can do that, yeah.
Great. Okay. You rush forward. Nia, you have sent your turn forward initiative.
Yeah.
The soldiers have been surprised, but they are about to act. Give me an insight check.
Uh, 19.
19. Garin rushes forward. So far, the people that have rushed forward are a few of the bravest. It looks like here in the crowd, there were some that have known violence and conflict. Everyone here has known cruelty and injury, but the people that have rushed are people that have hit someone before in their life. The Roaches, Arrow, Garin, people like that. The soldiers are about to take their turn. Not one of them has fallen. I think that on a 19 insight, the crowd rests on a knife's edge. And the reality is, there is a distinction between the rest who are standing back and those that have charged forward. Those that are standing back have a hope in their heart. The hope they have in their heart is that the world might be saved without any danger, fear, or risk on their part. And many of them are weak, and it should not be asked of them to be brave. If they are not asked to be brave, it is possible that they will watch the brave quickly die.
Okay. I think Nia is amongst people who are like-minded. She sees her braver, stronger friends going into the fray. She knows herself. She's not quick to violence. She's very much a wordsmith. She talks and talks and talks and talks and talks. But with that ability to speak, I think she's going to see the people behind her. She's gonna look to Luce, actually. And she's going to, even with this chaos in front of her, she's going to ask, will you fight or will you flee?
You asked this of Luce?
Yeah.
She looks at you going,
fight. And so Nia, she raises her voice to the people among her. If you cannot be brave, fake it and try anyway. Fake it and try anyway. And yeah, Nia's gonna take Starmian's letter opener, and she's gonna try and like hurt somebody.
Hell yeah. You
or try it.
Yeah. You rush. If you had merely said that, you would have made a persuasion roll.
Yeah.
As you charge forward with an office tool in your hand.
Yeah.
You will make it with advantage.
Cool.
People want to see what they are supposed to do.
Okay. Follow me!
Rolling persuasion. 10 gets you somebody, and then you get more and more the higher up you go from 10.
How about 17?
17 gets you 10, 12, 14, 16. You get 4 more commoners with you.
Okay.
So you're gonna rush this guy right here?
Yeah.
Boom.
I see old boy with the cleaver.
Where is he? Right here? Cool.
Oh, wait, no, but behind him.
Oh, behind him. This guy here?
No, right, the guy in front of him, yeah. This guy, I think that's a cleaver in his hand.
Yeah, he's gonna rush up and join you right here.
That
What's happening
one,
to that guy?
old boy with that knife.
Than most.
Right here?
The first guy you grabbed.
Oh, first guy here? Oh, first guy, this guy right here? Oh, sorry, this guy?
Yeah, that one, and then the guy with the hammer that you just touched. Those 3, that's 2 actually. That one, buddy with the hammer.
Okay, that's your 4.
Okay, that'll make 4.
Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll me an attack roll for knife guy.
Okay.
Knife guy.
Knife guy.
I always love knife guy.
Oh, knife guy gets. Do I add anything?
+2.
4. Knife guy gets a 4.
Knife guy gets a 4. We got 4 on the attack roll. Knife guy misses. Go ahead.
Knife guy.
Go ahead and roll for the other to roll two more dice for the 2. Wait, no, you got 4, right? Oh, so you actually do get 1 more guy. Sorry.
Oh, then.
Man with jar.
Man with jar, or does Luce still have that Moonweaver thing? I feel like Luce has something within her that she's ready to unleash.
Sure, Luce will run forward.
But does she have that Moonweaver thing still on her?
The holy symbol? Yeah,
Yeah.
she does.
I mean, yeah, sure. It's an interesting story. Go ahead, Luce. Godspeed.
All right,
to
you're
you.
rolling 3d20. These are all attacks.
I might have just fucked over my friend. That's a +2 for. That's an 18. Woo! And a nat 20.
Oh,
That's
shit!
A 16, a 17, and a 20.
Oh my! All of them hit, and one is double damage.
Cool.
Okay.
Luce does double damage.
So that is incredible. So that's going to be 8 damage, and then that's your attack. So go ahead and roll your own attack.
Cool. Imagine they all outperform me. Barely. Natural 19, so that'll be a 21 to hit.
21 hits.
Yeah. Cool.
Go ahead. So you're going to roll one. You're rolling 1d4 plus your Dex modifier.
1d4 plus my nothing Dex modifier. Come on, honey. It's a 3.
3 damage.
Yeah.
You rush up with a bunch of you rush up with a group of 4 people that have never hurt anyone in their life, and the soldier, seeing a like priestess in gowns and like a young traveler, kind of like laughs, which allows someone to grab the front of his armor, pull him to a knee, and all of you, one of them, so you see that Luce just goes ah, and just gets a finger into his eye and starts tearing, just literally ah, as everyone realizes they will kill all of us and put us back in Rybad-Kol. Rushes forward. That is going to be the soldier's turn.
Sorry, Luce. Love you, Diva.
I just want to make it clear. Forgot my character's name. Crocus. Yes. Is trying to very much, like in his very direct way, he's the thing you need to hit. Like he's trying to put himself in front of everybody, all his gang around him, to be like the target. He's trying to tank this guy.
Hell yeah. We will go with this wounded soldier right in front of Arrow. Arrow, you were the one who decided to be brave. He's coming right for you.
Fake it or try anyway?
Fake it or try anyway.
I blacked out.
No,
what is your armor
class? The best.
It is 11.
Motivational poster, I think.
Pretty easy to hit.
I get that framed in my office.
Yeah. Like a cat in the snow or something. It's like fake it until
How many hit points do you have?
11.
Okay.
That's legitimate.
You take 9 points of damage. He takes a swing at you and connects for 9 points of damage. This badly injured soldier is going to take a swing at Crocus. That is a miss. That is a hit.
I have an AC of 14.
AC of 14, that is a hit. He deals you 6 points of damage. What are you at?
I am down to 4 hit points.
4 hit points. This guy is going to step forward, take a swing. That's a hit. He drops Otto. Goes forward. Otto falls to the ground, and he's going to take another step forward as well to close with the rest. This one's going to swing on Garin. What's Garin's armor class?
Oh, 7.
7.
He's an older fella.
Garin, you take 10 points of damage. This one cuts down both of the ones in front of them. 2 strikes of a sword. And then we move to this last one here, who's going to take a swing for Rainier.
Yeah. Miss, motherfucker.
That is a hit.
Okay.
Rainier, you take 6 points of damage.
Cheers.
What are you at?
Something less than 6. 4.
4. So, for the first time, maybe in your life, a sword travels across your arm, and you feel a shatter of bone. Something fractures, and there has been much conflict and violence in and around you in your life, but. This is the first time that you have run up, done something brave. And in the stories about brave things, they are rewarded by the gods. And you are hit with a tempered piece of steel that if it had been 6 inches in another direction would have ended your life on the spot. That is the soldiers. We get back Arrow. That is your turn again.
Okay.
You go before the captain who had to come out of the surprise condition and rolled bad on initiative, but you can tell he is of a different class than these already formidable soldiers.
Big old knife he's got.
I've already seen in the blink of an eye people go down, and they are. I know that I'm leading the charge into danger. I think that people will prevail here, but the responsibility is on my shoulders for starting it. So I'm going to walk through these 2 gentlemen here.
Great.
He's bleeding profusely. I'm going to slap a hand down on the captain's shoulder and say, "No bent knees today, I'm afraid." And I will use my second and final charge attack to cone these 3.
Hell yeah, go for it.
Well, it's a dex save, 13.
Dex save. Captain fails.
Yes.
These 2 soldiers fail as well.
Get coned.
4 damage. The captain takes 4 points of damage, and that's D and E take 4. Okay. 4 points of damage. 4 points of damage there. This one is looking very hurt right here. That is your turn. The captain is going to turn to you. Your armor class is 11.
I'm getting hit.
Oh, you're not. No, you're not.
I'm going to roll this in front of the board. He's going to make 2 attacks.
Oh, no.
He hits on a 7 or higher.
Oh, no.
15.
Okay.
Yeah. And he deals you 7 points of damage.
Down.
No.
Arrow goes down. On your turn, as you go down, do you want to make one final persuasion check for me as you rush forward? Or do you, if you wish.
if the crowd for a split second hushes at the sight of this dragon, this gold dragonborn who kicked off this fight, just for a split second, and you can hear croaking out of his voice, "Change is coming."
Give me a persuasion with advantage.
Where's my dice? I'll just roll it twice. Persuasion, 16.
16, hell yeah. Pick 4 more to run up on your turn and join you.
Let's do Mr. Clawhand here.
Hell yeah. He'll rush forward over here. Great.
I think this little raven individual will join.
Hell yeah. He's gonna rush forward and fill the gap.
We'll have that black and white haired.
Mm-hmm. He'll rush forward, yeah.
And then this guy with the stein is gonna come try to break that crockery on somebody's head.
Hell yeah. Okay. He's gonna rush up over here. Go ahead, give me 2 attack rolls for those closing in on this soldier over here.
Natural 20.
Woo!
And then what do I add for these guys? 2?
Yes, you add 2.
11 for the second.
Second one doesn't hit. However, this soldier right here, this little sort of Kenku looks at you, rush forward, and say, "Change is coming," and just goes, "Ah!" and moves forward. The one that is like face to face with you looks at you and goes, "You're going back in the cage, big boy." And opens his mouth, and you can see a knife coming up through his tongue as a tiny little Kenku says, "They can't stop us all!" And the first soldier goes down. Unbelievable. Okay. As that happens, you have 2 more attacks to make.
Okay.
So go make the one for the Stein friend over here, and go make the one for the tiger folk that's joining Garin over there.
Stein friend only rolled a 3. 3 and a 4.
Okay, no problem. It's just the crowd is rushing. Come on! You see the tiger folk says, "We have to stop them now!" As just people start rushing, and you can feel this fevered pitch of fear turning into excitement, turning into rage. And that is going to be Captain. Oh, so that all happens on your turn. The captain is going to step. The captain's going to step over you. He's going to make an attack on Luz.
That was
On a 6 or higher, he hits. 7.
Oh my.
How could the moon?
Luz looks up and goes. You see, as you fall, you look at Luz. She touches the Moonweaver symbol, looks up, and as she looks up, the sort of captain of the Strife Emperor looks forward. The amulet comes out, and he centers his blade right for the holy symbol, coming in horizontal, severs the cord. The holy symbol goes flying. She drops to the ground. That is the captain's turn. Back at the top of initiative, we have 1, 2, we have 1. These ones have fallen. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 fallen commoners so far. I'm gonna roll death saves for them. Okay.
It was the half swallow that got me.
As the soldiers begin, they have cut down 4, and you have managed to drop 1. We move through initiative back to Phaedra with a 19.
Yeah, did I get a nat 20?
Oh, so what's that?
I got a nat 20.
But you sent your initiative.
Oh, that's
Yes,
right.
right,
Yeah.
yes.
That's right.
Yes.
Yep. We all remember that.
We do. We do all remember that.
Phaedra, it is your turn. I will also say this: as that Kenku rushes up alongside Crocus and you, that soldier falls to the ground, his sword clattering to the ground.
Yeah. Who? Should I? Can I use a sword? Yeah.
You can use it, or you can give it to one of your companions. It's up to you. You can absolutely use it.
Tavine has nothing, right?
Tavine has nothing right now.
Okay. I'm gonna make Tavine grabbed the sword.
Hell
I
yeah.
think. I don't know if that's part of my turn, but I am gonna yell to the few remaining people who are like behind me, try to do a persuasion check, and I'm gonna yell, guys, you know, it's either us or them. Let's make it them. And
go ahead and give me persuasion with advantage.
Oh, okay. 17.
17.
Yeah.
Hell yes. Hell yes. Go ahead. 4 are going to rush up alongside you. Go ahead and pick 4. These guys, this crew right over here. If you want.
Yeah,
to
I think just like these 4. So like these 2, and then those 2 who are standing right in front of there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, as these ones rush up in this throng of people, go ahead and make their attack rolls. Seeing the crowd of commoners around them, they just start picking up rocks and just start throwing them at these fucking soldiers.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead
There's
and
4 of them?
Give me 4 attack rolls.
4 attack rolls. Let me get another d20. I'm sorry, and I add what to these?
Plus 2.
Ooh, okay. We got a 4 and a 6, which I'm assuming don't hit. Then we have a 16 and a 21.
Both of which hit.
Yes.
Hell yes. You see that this uninjured soldier right here gets a rock right in the teeth and stumbles backwards through the opening in his visor. As he says, "Captain, the god has fallen!" Just yelling back that one of his things. Tavine kneels down quick. His hair catches on fire. He grabs the sword and he says, "When they drop, get their shit!" and leaps forward. Go ahead, give me an attack roll for Tavine. Now, if he hits, he deals 1d8 plus 2 damage.
Oh, Tavine, my boy.
Take his sword.
That was bad. He did 2.
You see that his lifelong burglar just takes a massive way telegraphed swing. Yeah, I don't practice with these. But keeps advancing. You see, he's going to step over and close the gap here so that people can come in behind him. And he just gets in between 2 of the soldiers to make it a true fucking brawl. Phaedra, your attack.
Can I also? Okay, awesome.
Absolutely.
Then, okay, so plus 4 to attack versus armor. That is a 20-something.
That is a hit. Hell yeah. 1d4 plus your dex modifier.
All right.
And you can go for, I would say you can go for this guy right here or this one.
Go for the guy who's, that guy is the one that the other 2 villagers just hit,
Just
right?
hit, yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I'm gonna go for the same guy.
Let's go kill her.
That is 5.
5 damage.
Yeah.
You run up and right in the stomach. That soldier gets a bad bleeding wound that spills out over him. Blood gushing everywhere as he looks down at this halfling. You are now wading through like fallen bodies, just like standing on people's chest armor to get solid footing. With this little again this tiny thin dagger. Phaedra, that is your turn. Crocus, that's you.
So Kenku stabs up through the chin of the person I had my head pressed against. They fall, and I see past that you've fallen right behind, and that the captain is right there. And Crocus, unknowing he's doing it, is going to use his action and activate the second part of this belt.
Hell yes.
Just because he's raging, essentially. So for a minute, I become a storm avatar. Lightning
we
just starts...
gave challenge rating 1.8 NPCs a vestige of divergence.
So lightning just starts crackling across his scales, and he's just like trailing out of his eyes, and he goes charging up behind the captain. And it's gonna put a hand on his shoulder and spin him towards him.
Hell yes. Whoosh! You rush, spin this captain around. Hell yes.
Crackling with lightning, and then I'm going to use my bonus action. And I can, as a bonus action, you can choose one creature you see within 30 feet to be struck by lightning. But instead, it's going to come from Crocus's mouth. Like a Godzilla breath. Yes. It's just going to zap right out of the front of him.
Yes.
So he has to make a 15 dex saving throw.
Hell yes. These guys are not the heavily armored dudes.
Fuck them up. Crocus!
Would you believe in that one if I told you?
Hell yeah! Okay, that's 2 5 is 10. Really 15 points of lightning damage.
Jesus Christ!
Yes!
We get the gathering.
This veteran of the Strife Emperor's wars moves from virtually uninjured to bloodied and near death's door in a single mighty smiting of your lightning breath. This action on your part, without that, it is hard to see how you succeed in this. I will just be honest, with the amount of hit points this captain had and how terrible he was, this is the thing that maybe means people will survive this group of 7 soldiers walking in here.
Just standing there, just lightning shoot across, and he just goes.
Hell yes. Garin, that is going to be you, my friend.
I'll say Garin, who's on the opposite side of this, as the bolt strikes through, puts up his hammer defensively, and the bolt kind of hits his hammer and now kind of like also disseminates through. His fingers go numb for a second from just the kind of dissolution of that energy, looks at it, sees the captain kind of stumble back a bit, looks around the crowd and goes, "Some wait for miracles, but we make them with our own hands!" And he goes rushing into the back of the captain to see if he can possibly flank on the opposite side of Crocus.
Absolutely flank. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
Alrighty.
Let's go.
Yes.
A natural 1 and a natural 17 for a 23 to hit.
Hell yes, 23 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Alrighty. That's gonna be plus 4. 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Jesus Christ! A dwarf, old though he may be, with muscles that at this advanced age are more like the stone he works than flesh itself, thunders and sees the shoddy craftsmanship at the back of this captain's armor, crunches in as the armor buckles and the captain drops to one knee. He is within an inch of his life as he stumbles before you, Garin, as you look up and meet Crocus's eye on either side. Unbelievable. Awesome. So fucking badass.
So good.
Rainier, that's going to be you.
Just completely blank eyes, just lightning courses.
We'll unpack this later. Nia, you see before you the captain on death's door, loses blood still on his blade as he is beset between Garin and Crocus in front of you. There are still soldiers around, but you see that captain is right in front of you as well.
Luce's holy pendant fell, right?
Yeah.
Nia's gonna pick that up and attempt to bludgeon the captain's, he's on the ground, right? Yeah. She wants to just sort of ting and use that to hopefully kill him.
Bludgeon him with the symbol?
Bludgeon him with the Moonweaver symbol.
Yeah. What are you feeling in the moment that you pick up that holy symbol?
I think Nia is such a frantic, shaking person. She is constantly needing to use her hands to keep her mind still. When she picks up that Moonweaver symbol, a calmness and a serenity washes over her unlike anything she has ever felt. The world almost gets quiet. She picks that up. She feels the weight of her sister's locket in her bag. She steps over anyone in between her and this captain, and she just looks at him, almost feeling sorry for him, understanding that he has put himself in a position of, it's 7 against 1,200. He very well could have decided to join us to build a better world, but he decided to be an obstacle. And so Nia does what she does with obstacles, and that is push it out of her way.
To respect the free will of all beings means to respect when one has made themselves an obstacle to a kinder world. With no malice or hatred in your heart, you
take the beautiful symbol of the Moonweaver from where it lies in the mud and ash. The rain, subsiding, fog, roiling. You lift it on high, move forward. I would like you to make an attack roll with advantage because Crocus and Garin stand side by side, your companions here. Make that roll with advantage. You will add your proficiency bonus, and you will add your wisdom bonus because as of this moment, you are a first level cleric.
Level 1. Oh, God.
Level 1 never felt so good! Go ahead.
Oh, gosh.
Make your attack roll.
That's a natural 17. Proficiency is 2. Wisdom is 3. So that's a 22.
22.
Yeah.
Please roll 3d10 radiant damage as you cast inflict wounds.
I'm shaking, just so we can see what's happening here. Sally the person is shaking. Holy cow! Okay, I'm gonna faint. Where's the 10? What do 10s look like?
There you go. You got
this
that
one,
one.
this one, and this one here.
Nia is the 10.
Thank you. Crazy stuff, guys! Wild things are happening. That's a 1, a 4, and a 6. So that is 11.
With 10 hit points left, how do you want to do this?
Yeah! Here we go!
Okay.
Okay.
Nia, the calmest she has ever been, feeling so emboldened by the people around her. She is so far from her family and has yet, in this moment, feels an incredible sense of belonging. She looks at Arrow down. The man who, the being, who got her to the point of where she's trying to go, the person who promised to lead her back to this point, and she feels the earth underneath her feet. Under her breath, she says, "Change is coming, and I am change." She brains him. She may, even as she's down, she's there's a frantic joy within her. She just bam, 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 until she feels as though now is a proper time to be done.
Garin and Crocus. Crocus, you just activated some crazy magic power that you've never seen before. Garin, your hammer's still crackling with it, and wreathed in fog and moonlight, the holy symbol of the Moonweaver shining in her hands, Rhaenyra lifts it aloft as though to invoke a miracle. And the miracle she invokes is making the thing glow as she bashes this fucking guy's head in with it. Boom, boom! It is a magic that is at once mystical, but profound in its mundanity. This was not a moment where an obstacle would be removed invisibly or with the rough edges cut off. Miracles, when they touch the real world, get dirty. And this captain is gonna be eating ash and mud in rainwater in the final moments of his consciousness. Captain defeated. Rhaenyra, what a turn. Unbelievable.
Crazy town. This is my favorite game.
Incredible. Okay, there are soldiers here standing. One is going to take a leap at Garin. That is a 6, which is a miss.
Yeah.
And that is a 5, which is a miss.
Yeah.
One of them's coming for Crocus. That is a hit. That is a miss. Crocus, you take 4 points of damage. Down.
I'm out.
Crocus goes down. Boom. That's Crocus. This one.
Giant lizard falling into the mud.
Dropped. Boom. This soldier is going to move here.
Exactly the amount of hit points I had.
Yeah. I was like, no.
Boom.
Question for you, Brennan. Nia knocks that captain down. Can she take whatever weapon he has?
Yes.
Cool. Nia takes it.
Hell yeah.
If she can fit the Moonweaver symbol onto her, she will pocket that and then take whatever weapon he has and get ready for her next turn. Sorry.
Hell yeah.
Didn't interrupt.
It's just gonna take 2 swings. Our beloved Kenku friend falls.
Oh no!
Not the Kenku!
This guy's totally surrounded. It's a miss. That's a hit. Drops this guy.
Just the soldiers hacking through these commoners in front of them as fast as they can. Arrow, we come to your first death saving throw.
Fail.
No!
All right, let's go.
No, this will not happen. This will not happen.
Arrow, that first failure. You see around you feet in the mud. You feel life leaving you. But you watch that captain fall. There's people around. You see Garen's feet. You see the light from Rainia's first spell. You don't know if you will succeed or fail here. But there's something bubbling up. It's not an idea, even though it can express itself like one. It's a feeling. What do you call a mix between a feeling and an idea? I guess a belief. Succeed or fail. Does Arrow think it was worth it to stand up to these soldiers here?
In these moments, his mind wanders back to that lake where men dressed so similar to these robbed him of what little joy he had in this world. And that day he fled. Today, he wasn't sure as he uttered the words, change is coming, that he himself believed it. But on this day, where he stood instead of fled, as the rainwater seeps into the side of his mouth, maybe he won't see it, but finally, he believes it.
Phaedra, it's your turn.
Seeing Crocus go down.
I was like, I'm dead.
Yeah. It's the guard on this? Or no, which was the guard that took him down just now?
This guard right
Oh, that
here.
guard. Okay, cool. Okay, that's still a little ways off. In that case, is there a way I could get Taveen to try and grab that guard from behind?
Yeah, for sure.
And hold him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Give me a grapple check for him.
Okay. Come on, Taveen. Come on, Taveen.
You're just trying to beat an 8.
Oh no, 4.
4. He does not succeed.
Taveen,
come on!
Taveen! Okay, well that's fine. He doesn't.
That's it. That's
Right
the
now,
amount of
you have
revenge you're committing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 soldiers standing, all in various states of injury. But there are many commoners still fighting right now. If you want, you can roll for some of those commoners to attack first and see what is available to you to do then, if you'd like.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, sorry. Is in roll an attack or roll a persuasion for more commoners?
Oh, you can roll a persuasion for more commoners right now if you want.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I say there. Okay. Yeah. Phaedra calls back and says, "Their captain has fallen. Let's send the rest of these fuckers to join him."
So understated.
Yes. Hell yes.
Get up.
Hell
Get
yes.
hit to the balls.
Hell yeah. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
All right.
Go ahead and roll with advantage.
That is a 21.
Wow. Okay. These guys all rush. You get 1, 2, 3. People see their companions going down. They are not going to take that. Line down. And then these 2 rush up over here. Go ahead and give me 3 attack rolls for this one right here.
All right. Come on, commoners. I believe in you. One of them got an 18. Wait, I'm sorry. I feel like I ask this every round. I add plus 2 to them,
yes.
right? Okay. We got an 11, a 12, and a 20.
An 11, a 12, and a 20. Hell yes. Okay, so that's 2 points of damage to this soldier right here. And you can go ahead too, because you have some other people that have joined you. These ones are going to rush up into the fray. 1, 2, and they're going to take attacks. So go ahead and give me 3 attacks on this one right here.
Ooh. That is 2 14s and a 19.
19 hits. That one takes another 2 points of damage. Boom! It is your attack feature.
All right, and then I'm just gonna try and stab that one guard. Do I get any sort of advantage by being behind him and sneaky?
You wanna get this guy right here?
Yeah.
You can jump in next to Tavine and flank him.
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
And then
roll with advantage. Yeah.
Roll with advantage. Okay, cool. And then this. So.
What's that 20?
Not a 20, but a dirty 23. Yeah.
23 is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage for me.
All right.
Call that.
Oh, that was a mistake. 4.
4 damage.
Not awful, but not great.
4 damage. Unfortunately, he has 5 hit points left. So you're going to have to roll that first die of sneak attack damage because you are a first level rogue.
D6.
It automatically does at least 1 damage, but let's see what you roll anyway. Here you go. 5. Phaedra, how do you want to do this? Describe how he goes down.
Put that bitch in the dirt.
This is the one that dropped Otto.
Oh, this is the one that dropped Otto. I come up behind him with the stiletto, and I think put it right against this guy's neck, and I just whisper into his ear, "You don't mess with the roach king," and just yeah.
You open up a second smile under his chin, and he drops to the ground dead. And immediately, another one of the commoners here picks up that long sword. And just howls for blood.
Yes.
Incredible, Phaedra. Great. Okay, that one is toast. That is going to be death saving throw from Crocus.
Natural 20.
You've got to be fucking kidding me! You have got to be fucking kidding me! You are unkillable!
Yeah.
Crocus, the monster. A distant voice rumbles like thunder. You're gonna take that lying down?
Okay, so just clarification, this means I can stand up, correct?
You have 1 hit point at the beginning of your turn.
Yeah, at the beginning of my turn.
Wow.
So I would like it to just be that he's laying there on the ground, he's crackling, he's laying in the mud, comes around, and all of a sudden a bolt of lightning just goes, just basically defibrillates him back up.
You would have defibrillated. By the way, I don't know if everyone can see where we're headed here. Yeah. You absolutely gain your first level on that nat 20 death saving throw. 1,000,000%. And are, I believe, your class is fighter, right? Or no?
I know, we were going, it was, I think,
monk. Were we going monk?
Yeah, we were going monk. Yeah, we're going monk.
I think on that death save, you come back feeling centered in a power and focus like you have never felt in your life before. It is, you're at the beginning of your turn. You may act.
So I just get shocked and the lightning comes across. Technically, that'll be the end of because it would go away when I passed out. But I'll just say that's the last of it. He stands up and just look. Which guard is closest to me there, where I would stand up?
You've got, as you stand, you've got two. You got this one right here and this one right here.
And he like stands up, eyes still looking, just looks at him and goes, "You're dead." And just rushes and just clamps his jaws over the front of his faceplate.
Hell yes.
Like a giant crocodile.
Hell yeah. And you definitely have flanking on these guys now. All your commoners have surrounded them. Roll your first attack with advantage.
That would be a 18 to hit.
18 hits. Go ahead and roll for that first attack.
Yeah.
And as a first level monk, you have a bonus action martial arts attack.
I do
as well.
indeed.
Oh my
god. So where the hell is my actions? There it is. Now I can use
karate
this.
chopped
So now
by
it's
Godzilla.
1d6 plus 5.
1d6 plus 5.
Yeah. So that's 1d6 plus 5. So that's my brain. 9 points of damage the first hit.
Are you doing it to this guy?
That guy right there.
That guy right there. Okay, 9 points of damage. That one miraculously has been uninjured largely for the battle, and now is on death's door once again.
Crunches the helmet in his jaws, just crunch, and then just is going to take with his bonus action the claws in the front and just grab into the front of his chest, try and pull out just whatever he finds.
Gonna pinata this soldier of the Strife Emperor. Roll with advantage.
Ooh.
That is. Oh, that was upset. That is 19 to hit.
19 hits.
And then that's another 9 points of damage. Slashing damage.
Let's keep this train rolling. Alex, how do you want to do this? We'll just go through.
He runs up behind, like, takes his jaws, clamps them around the helmet, just starts crushing the helmet, and the guy, blood is coming out from under the helmet. He just takes his claws, slams it into the guy's chest, pulls out just a hunk of meat that was in there and just rips it out. Cascading blood across, just like landing all over the white scales on his body.
Fierce.
And it's just, then the guy limp with, he's just holding his head in his mouth and he's looking at the next guard.
Unbelievable.
How do they feel about that, Brennan?
They feel pretty bad. At the beginning of their last turn, there were 6 of them, and there's now 3 of them. That's not good. You don't like when the chart goes in that direction. You want that line to go the other way.
I cannot believe I rolled a natural.
That is fucking insane, Alex. That's amazing. Garin, that is your turn.
Oh my goodness. I mean, seeing this trend, I mean, watching Arrow fall to the ground, the instinct is to rush, but it's not a safe time or moment to do that. Hopefully there'll be a moment to tend to that. But right now there are 2 soldiers that are to my right and left. Which of them looks the most wounded?
The one to your left is far and away the most wounded.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is the one that's to my right, I'm gonna hold the hammer up in an offensive way as I withdraw and lean this way, and then swing around and try and use my cap to the back of the helmet of the one that's facing the opposite direction and see if I can strike it.
Hell yes. That one is flanked as well. Go
Okay.
for it.
Ooh, that's gonna be a 24 to hit.
Go ahead and roll damage.
That's gonna be another 10 points of damage. Nice.
I don't want this to become the Hollywood handshake from Great British Bake Off, but numbers are numbers. Matt, how do you want to do this?
So, in what was attempting to basically try and confuse and draw attention, his cap slams into the back of that soldier's helmet as he spins around to see where the impact is from. The momentum of his head spinning meets the side of my hammer. Whack! And with a massive smashing crunch sound, the front of the helmet just caves in, with the hammer itself delving about 3 inches into it. His body crumbles, and Garn falls forward with him, kind of holding it there. And as he's still clutching the hammer wedged in his face, kind of just stands over. We have hope now. And I hope you tell your master how it feels. Wedge the hammer from his face.
Hell yes! Hell yes! Rhaenyra, that is your turn. 2 soldiers stand. It is chaos here.
Arrow is down.
Arrow is down.
I don't have it in front of me, but I'm hoping that this recent clerical...
You have Cure Wounds prepared, and you have another first level spell slot at your disposal.
I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on Arrow.
Incredible.
Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
As you have wielded the destructive powers of the light and of the magic that flows through all of Exandria. Even before the danger is yet past, you embrace the other side. Destruction, creation, preservation, these are truths of the world. They are neither bad nor good. Obstacles present themselves, they must be brought low. And also, when something is threatened with destruction whose time has not yet come, great miracles can intercede on its behalf. Go ahead and roll 1d8 plus your... go ahead and roll 1d8 plus your wisdom modifier.
Oh, good. 4.
4. Okay, Arrow, with the possibility of death on your next save if you rolled a natural 1, you instead sputter to life once again. As you do, Rhaenyra, you see Arrow's eyes open, the man who promised you he would get you to Torm's Hill. What does he see in the moment that his eyes open?
Nia has her eyes closed. Mm-hmm. She's in a deep state of focus, and she goes, "We make our own miracles. You are my miracle. Be made again. Rise!"
And a magic that has flowed through you before in a different chapter of your life returns in this moment as a cleric moves that healing power through you, and you feel life and your wounds knit closed. Incredible.
His mouth sputters in the mud and water on the ground. He doesn't even lift his head, but just one eye, a complete mess, turns up, and their eyes meet in a split second.
2 soldiers remain. They know the battle is lost. What they were counting on more than anything was that 1,200 people would be so afraid of being the 8 who have fallen. That's what they were counting on. For all of you to be afraid. For no one to be willing to fall into the mud like Arrow was. Now Arrow is back. These 2 soldiers that are on either side of Rhaenyra see and know that their day has come. But they also know what it is when a cleric of a prime deity stands before them, a cleric of the light. And they have enough belief in the Strife Emperor that they will not suffer that to pass. So even if this is their final moment, they will make it count.
I got the moon on my side, bitch. Try me.
Your armor class is 10, yes?
Something like that.
That's a miss.
Fantastic.
That's a miss.
I got the moon on my side, bitch. Try me.
Got another guy. Hold on.
It's another miss. I'm gonna worry about it.
I'll roll this in front of the board.
Okay. This is what I get for getting cocky.
They add a +3 to hit.
For why?
On a 7 or higher, the soldier. On a 7 or higher, they hit. 16.
Gorgeous.
1d8 plus 2.
Sorry. Gorgeous.
8 damage.
Yep. I'm down.
Sword flashes through. With that last attack, that one's also going to turn. Does he turn to Garin, or does he attempt to finish hope in this moment on one who has already fallen? Garin, we'll leave it up to a roll of the dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
4.
Thank you.
I'll say in this instance, I see the blade starting to come down and an attempt to finish this, and Garnish goes, "Hey!" and just puts the hammer up and goes, "I'm what you want, boy."
And he's going to take his last swing at you. Armor class of 7. He
7?
hits on a 4 or higher.
Yeah, that checks out.
4.
I bring it.
9 points of damage to Garin.
So, here's what I'll say.
Yeah.
I try and make that final push to distract. It doesn't work. The drive to finish this job is there, and Garin just leaps forward and kind of covers her body with his and takes the blade to his own back.
As you feel the steel go in between your ribs, there is a moment, both of you horizontal, you covering Rhaenyra with your body, who has healed you so many times. You look over and see on the ground Arrow, who you have traveled with for so long. And Arrow, you look and lock eyes as you come out of unconsciousness and you see Garin entering it. There is a moment where you lock eyes together, having wandered this world for so long.
He just smiles before he fades.
Arrow.
Hell yeah.
It is your turn.
Okay.
And I would also let you know, as you stand up, the one who stood forward and said, "It will not be like it has been." It is your turn, and you may take it as a first-level ranger.
Can I grab one of the soldier's swords up out of the mud as I rise?
Yes, you absolutely can.
Hell yeah.
Hell yes.
And just roars into the air from his gaunt, golden dragon-born frame. And I'm going to swing it into their attacker.
Hell yes. Go for it. Go ahead and roll. You are flanking, so you will have advantage as you stand.
What do I add as a ranger?
Your proficiency plus either your strength or your dex modifier.
Strength or dex?
Yeah.
That is a 15 total?
15 total. Hold on 15 total to hit. Let me get their armor class here real quick. 15 total does not hit the armor here, unfortunately.
Okay.
But you have access to also any of your first level spells that you have here now.
I'm level 0.
I know. You have your stat block in front of you. As you take a swing with that sword, you also have, Hunter's Mark is also available to you, I think, as one of your first level spells.
But that is
extra damage, I think, yeah.
Not extra hit.
That's that then.
You take a swing, clang, connect there with the armor holding the sword aloft. We move from Arrow's turn. The captain is dead. Phaedra, it is your turn once more.
All right. I intervene, and then do I still have like a little army of commoners?
You do, yeah, absolutely.
We're all gonna fucking mob the guy that like got these two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, by the way, as some other people had also summoned some commoners on their turns as well, right? Nia and them. Let's make sure we resolve that as well. I realize your guys' commoners should make attacks also. Nia, as you drop, you have, I think, these 4 over here.
Shoot.
So go ahead and give me 4 attack rolls there if you'd be so kind.
And these are all 20s, right?
Yeah.
1, 2.
Just let me know if any of them get a 14 or higher on the die.
One of them gets a 19, the other miss.
2 damage to that one, still up, looking so bad.
Oh yeah.
Arrow, you also have some over.
Oh wait, no, sorry, that was only 3. I got 4, right?
Go ahead and roll another
I get one more.
Yeah.
That's 2.
2.
So.
Arrow, you have your original 4 over here that are all still fighting as well.
They're rolling much better than me. That's a 17.
Hit.
A 12. A 7. And a 10. So probably only 1 hit.
Only 1 hit. Boom. Phaedra, that's you. Do you want to roll for your commoners first?
Sure, yeah.
Hell yeah.
I have how many?
Go ahead and roll for Taveen. He's got the longsword
Taveen,
still.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Taveen, please do one thing.
It's all on you.
No. you rolled a 9, which. Well, doesn't he get a plus 2? It's +2 then, right? Yeah, I don't think. Yeah.
Sorry. Oh yeah, he does not get. He only gets a +3.
Yeah.
So he does not hit. Roll. You have 3 more commoners though. Go ahead and roll for them.
Commoners. All right. Come on, one of you guys, please. They rolled really well. One of them does not hit, because that's a 5, but we have a 18 and a 21 to hit.
Both hit 4 damage.
Yeah.
These last 2 soldiers are at death's door. Roll your own attack.
That is a 19 to hit.
19 hits.
Oh yeah. And then
roll sneak attack damage
roll
too.
Sneak attack damage. Wait, that's a 6. I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
And then plus dex, right?
Yeah.
It's 10 damage.
You rush up to this one, slit his throat, gone, dead. 1 soldier remains. Phaedra, you've killed 2 of these guys now. Just disembowel. You hear the intestines hit the mud, and that is Phaedra's turn. Crocus, that's going to be you.
Okay, so now.
Last soldier
guy.
standing.
So Crocus still has the other guy in his mouth, and he looks directly at the last soldier, catches his eye, just goes and just snaps the guy, just like cracks the skull, drops him, and is just gonna run at him. And what I want to do is he runs at him and he's gonna take a swipe with his claws, and then as the bonus action attack is going to spin and slap him with his tail.
Hell yes.
Is there flanking?
Yes, you have flanking here as well.
The first hit. Not hit. It's 12, so I miss.
Miss the first one. You still have your bonus action.
So it glances off the armor, uses the momentum to spin, and is going to slam him with his tail. That is a 17 plus 7, so I assume that hits.
That is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
That's 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 points of damage.
That first claw misses, and the soldier steps back, thinking, maybe I can get this monster freaking my last blow, rears back, and doesn't see that the missed attack is already part of the follow-up, and roiling this massive crocodilian tail, you hear his spine crunch like popcorn, and falls to the ground, dead. The last soldier defeated. We are going to stay in initiative because people are dying.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to move from this onward as fast as continuing on. Garin, I'm going to need a death savings throw from you.
Yes, you do. That's a 3. It's a fail.
Failure from Garin. Rhaenyra, death saving throw from you.
That's a 5.
That's a fail. Arrow, it returns to your turn.
I throw the sword aside and scrabble down into the mud and try to press my hands against the wound on Nia's side, try to stabilize.
You go to stabilize and feel true power coursing through you. You can make a medicine check here, or you can cast Cure Wounds. What does it feel like? Arrow, you are of the world. You are a wanderer in this world. You've been molding Earth with the secrets of druidic power that were taught to you. But this is awakening something deeper within you. What do you feel in the moment that this power avails itself to you?
Yeah, that very simple connection to the Earth that was learned through practice, through someone very important to me, now surges with inspiration and belief in possibility again. And the power of green and good and living draws up through my knees in the earth and passes through my core and out my hands into this singular person.
Rhaenyra, you open your eyes.
I think she looks at you and you can barely hear it, but she goes, "There's my miracle."
Thank you for helping me find my way again.
It is unending.
Phaedra, we return to you.
Garin is still down?
Garin is down,
Yeah.
Otto is down, Luz is down.
Okay.
Yes.
Otto's been down a long time.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
4 rounds.
Otto's probably. Well, okay, I should say that. Yeah.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Don't worry about him anymore.
I honestly, I yell out to the crowd. I think I yell, "It's over. We have injured. Can anyone help?"
You see that, as you yell at Phaedra, you immediately go into gang boss mode and start getting people, as you've been the whole battle, just getting like, more bodies, hit him! You look out and see immediately that, as you rush forward, Clasara and Nez heed your command right away. Both of them are going to rush over. One of them is going to rush to Otto. Clasara is going to rush over to Otto. Otto has a death save failure already, and I haven't rolled. He may, if he rolls a nat 1, already be gone.
Cool.
17, it's a success.
Hey!
And Clasara is going to roll. She adds a +4 to her medicine and just needs a 10 to stabilize him with the medicine check. So 6 or higher. 13. Hey! She rushes over. Otto looks up and goes, "This one was bad. Worse than most. Worse than most."
It was, but we still fucking got him.
We got him. You see, Otto looks over at you, Arrow. You haven't met him before from your time in the prison. He goes, "You're fucking crazy, man. I love you. You're fucking crazy."
Pace yourself.
Oh, yeah, I'll never be brave again. That's the last time. You see, and Nez is going to rush over. Who's the other healer here? She is going to rush over to. She sees Luz. Luz rolled a nat 1 on her first roll for 2 death save failures, which means that on a 9 or lower, it is too late for her.
I can't do anything about this. Okay.
I'm going to roll to see, because Nez is doing triage between Garin, who has 1, and her that has 2, but we need to see what's happening with Luz. 2. Nez rushes over to Garin. Once again, on a 6 or higher, stabilizes. 15.
Okay.
Garin, you sort of feel yourself once again. You see these quick goblin hands go to work. She says, "Easy now. There's ale and salt beef and all the good things in the world for you still to have, my friend."
Her voices kind of mingle through the memory and the echoing sounds of laughing children, dwarven voices, and kind of blurry, mingled memories of generations past, not seen in a long enough time where the faces themselves don't crystallize until eventually, half-conscious, kind of can see the blurry expression of Nez.
You swim back. With Crocus, it is your turn.
Crocus isn't aware enough to know that the guy he was fighting is dead. So when he fell on the ground, Crocus immediately stomped on him, grabbed him, picked him up, and whipped him into that well, like into the side of the well there, and is making this noise that is like, there's this noise that crocodiles make that's like this kind of like clicking deep in there. That's like kind of this like, and he's just making this noise, and foam is just dripping from his mouth, and he's just blank-eyed, and he's looking for, like, he's just looking around at everybody else. He has everybody around him is the same.
Yeah.
And he can't bring himself out of it. He's just whipping his tail around and looking at everybody around him. He's at 1 hit point and has just lost his mind at this moment.
Yeah.
And is a danger to anybody who gets near him at this point.
People begin to give you a wide berth.
Yeah.
Just seeing like
you summoned something deep and otherworldly. These people have not seen the handiwork of the gods is not widely seen, even during the height of the calamity. You, with whatever you summoned in that power, and your own natural state as a fearsome warrior. Give me a perception check.
Not good. Well, my perception would be... Okay. Natural 20 plus 2.
What? Alex, you, Crocus, on a nat 20, you feel the rage. You are frightening. You are monstrous. Everyone is frightened of you. You're barely even a person to some of these people because of all the things that you've done and all the things that have happened to you. And on a nat 20, you look and see cowering behind the well Selwyn and Seldria, the two little children that you carried all the way here from Rybad-Kol. They meet your eyes, and both of them step forward slowly, softly, and put two little scaled hands up and put their heads against your head, just as you did moments ago to one that you meant tremendous harm to. And you see that both of them breathe slow and steady, crying from fear, so afraid that their lives were about to end after knowing even a moment of joy. And you hear Seldria's voice so soft in your ear. It's okay. You don't have to be scared.
I'm sorry.
And he just kind of sits on the ground.
Both of the kids wrap their arms around you. You can tell you're scared. We're scared too. It's okay. We're gonna be okay. You got them. They're not gonna take us away.
Okay.
You feel another pair of hands gently press your head against her chest as Celeste covers you and puts her head over you and just whispers in Draconic,
which I don't understand because I don't speak it.
Can I raise her? The words over and over in a language you can't understand, and seeing your expression change again to one of confusion and understanding, you see Selwyn looks up and smiles, his little hand on your cheek. It means you saved us. Garin, stable once again. You are unconscious, but your body, perhaps the hands that shaped Exandria made in you something too much like the land and stone, for you simply will not quit or perish from this earth. Lying there, Arrow, you send that energy and heal Nia. Phaedra, you look to and fro as the people here under your command go to attend to the fallen. And there is a moment that is so small and in passing that it's hard to even feel it or understand it, but Closara, this little halfling matriarch, walks past in your command to see to the injured, puts a hand on your back and smiles,
and gives you this little pinch on the shoulder that you immediately recognize that your mother gave you the same thing. A little, you're doing exactly what you need to. And you look at a community that, rather than glowering over you, causing you to be ruthless in the shadows, is looking at you in the open town square for answers and guidance.
I say to them, this was great work that we've all done here. Every single one of you. Remember, we look out for ourselves. We have each other's backs. And that is how we're gonna make it through this.
You see that Tavine turns to look at you. No biting remark, no quip, no turn of phrase to preemptively put someone on guard to not tangle with your sharp wit or cunning, and instead just open support and encouragement of people that desperately need it. And Tavine smiles, or doesn't, Tavine maybe internally smiles, but more just looks, seeing a side of you he has never seen before. And Nia, as people move, you turn and see Luz.
Nia's seen a lot of messed up bodies. She's seen people on death's door. This may be the second time she has seen one person kill another. And her instinct is to just go to Luce and to try, because Nia has done miraculous things before. And she just tries to bring her back. She is not even bothering to check a pulse. She's just pressing and pressing. And you can see on her white robes little splotches of tears as Nia is crying. There is something she can do. There is something she can do. This cannot be how the story ends. It's the three of us. It's me, it's Liana, it's her. She has to come back. She has to come back because Luce is the only person. She's the last person who saw Liana. She has to come back. She has to come back. And she's just pressing and 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 pressing. And she may do that until she hears that she may be making a terrible situation worse.
Yeah, Arrow's hand rests on your shoulder from behind.
This cannot, no. No. And she's now banging on Luce's chest. Feeling like such a failure. She thinks back to earlier in combat where she had so many options to call on other people. And she, at some point, was like, no, let Luce hide. And the quick change of that thought is the thing that she's blaming herself for. She should have followed her instinct.
Nothing will take this away. But when the world is so impossible, give yourself some little bit of grace. We do the best we can in the shadow of the gods.
Can she see the sky? Can she see the moon at all, Nia?
Do you think you can? Do you believe you can?
Nia looks up, and even if she can or cannot see the moon, because of the clouds and the rain and whatever time of day it may be, and she clocks it and finds it, feels its gaze on her. And she looks to the moon and says, "Have this one, but you keep my sister. You watch her, and you make sure I do not make this mistake again." She gets up and tries to find a place where she can perform some sort of burial for her friend, and Starmian, who still is with us somewhere.
Starmian lose two others that fell in the brawl and battle here in Torm's Hill are laid to rest. Arrow, Nia moves so quickly with a sense of the rage and injustice moments after embracing a light eternal, and moves so quickly to the work of honoring the fallen dead that she misses what you see, which is, for the first time in maybe decades, clouds part for a moment and you see a glimpse of star and light. They twinkle there, far off in a nighttime sky, and for a moment, sailing as sharp as a saber is the crescent of the moon. Katha moves through the sky, and just as quickly, the clouds cover it. She knew exactly where it was. The battle subsides, and the honored dead are buried. Some measure of ale is imbibed in their honor, and a wounded Otto stands by Tavine. Tavine looks over at you, Phaedra. What's the angle, boss?
You know, I've been trying to figure that out. And I'm not sure I have it yet, but, well, we're all here again.
Yeah?
We did a pretty good fucking job.
He just kind of walks up and kind of hunches down next to them.
I think we might be able to really make a change here. You know?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Garin, you are propped up somewhere recovering next to Otto. Arrow, you are there nearby as the rain finally subsides. It's still cloudy, but my God, you saw a patch of sky for a moment, and you see that for the first time, once the bodies are cleared, you see that your friend Bull Ray, the sort of bugbear elder, goes,
We followed them back out, but there's no sign of any other scout. So none of them escaped. They'll not know where they went or how far. These ones already had eaten through their rations, so you've saved us. The people that are here will be safe because of what you did. I know we lost some, but we honor them. It is all we can do. So many are now free that might have marched for cause of fear back into the chains of oblivion and tyranny. We thank you, and we thank the honored dead.
You see Clasara and Nez come over, and Phaedra, that you are once again reassuringly pinched by these older matriarchs who make sure that you are fed. And for the first time, there's an area where now that the rain is gone, they build an outdoor fire, and there's a fire burning, and people can get warm. And there's a chatter through the camp. For the first time, many see that the soldiers of the Strife Emperor were defeated, that the Strife Emperor did not appear and lay 1,000 people low with a mighty swing of a morning star. Instead, there is freedom, dearly paid for, but freedom nonetheless.
Crocus is gonna... Did you get hurt?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Right, but I know.
It's fine. I'll be right back. He's gonna go walk to the river and just wash the extensive amount of blood that is all over him, off of him, and just try and clean himself.
In the, sort of, after you go to wash yourself, you see that, Clasara and Naz are both speaking to you, Arrow, right near sort of Garn, you propped up. They say, we're worried about Nia. We'll keep an eye on her. Luz was one of the few old family friends that she had left in this world, of which we all have precious few, I'm afraid.
It's a bitter loss for her.
Do you think you will leave at once, Arrow? Or tarry here a while?
I think we will stay for a spell. I had originally thought to move on fairly quickly, but my thinking has changed somewhat.
We would love to have you stay for a while. It would be an honor, and there may be a life for us to build here. But I know that there is a conversation for you to have with Nia, who may wish to travel on as quickly as possible. And if she does, I would hate to think of her going alone.
That will never happen.
She smiles. Nearby Phaedra, with you and the rest of the Roach gang sort of tending to a recovering Otto, you see Marlath walks up to you, who you did not see at all in that conflict.
I was wondering.
He walks up to you and says, Phaedra,
my friend, could I speak to you in private for a moment?
I'm not going anywhere without my bodyguard. Can you come?
Yes, of course.
I mean, I'm down by the river.
Oh, so he's gone down by the river at this point.
Okay. I say, oh, anything you can say, you want to say to me, you can say in front of Otto and Tavine. So let's hear it.
I've spoken with the Bowdley brothers.
Bowdley brothers?
The Bowdleys, the three halfling lads with the branding marks on their face.
Yes.
Connor, Owen, and Rowan Bowdley.
Okay.
They are enterprising young lads who were handing out the tools earlier. I've kept a log of everything that was given away by the lads, and of what use it was given and to whom it was given to. And I've approached them and spoken about the possibility of, shall we say, going into business together. The tools were taken with no discussion thereabouts, but in logging what people took and how they had it, I believe that those who have taken those tools have incurred something of a debt to the Bowdleys, and it is possible for us to join forces with them such that we might be able to capitalize upon that debt. Those tools are of incredible utility, and the Bowdleys are not necessarily worldly, so some of these concepts, it was difficult to explain to them. But by working alongside them, we may be able to entrench ourselves in what is about to become a burgeoning place of industry, and tools will need to be sold here in some degree or another. And I cannot help but notice the prowess that you and your companions possess. In establishing order in a place like Torm's Hill, it can behoove one to work side by side with those who are able to establish order, when and if it need be done.
You know, I think I underestimated you. You got a good head. Good with this kind of stuff.
What can I say? I am a man of no skill at arms, but vision, certainly.
And you wish to share that vision with the Roach Gang, I assume?
My intention would be to employ your services, such as they are.
Well then, perhaps we can have a little discussion, a private discussion. Sundown. Behind Torm's Hill, perhaps?
Lovely.
Bring the ledger with you.
I shall.
Yes.
I will do so. It had occurred to me as well something of fascination to me.
Yes.
The structures here in Torm's Hill were built as auxiliary structures and now are dwelling places for those that have arrived here in Torm's Hill. But there is no established deed of title or ownership to any of the buildings herein. So, in other words, those that dwell here are dwelling here at the welcome as guests, essentially, of Closara and Nez. There are possibilities for, I think, arrangements that could be made with those here who certainly have done nothing to earn these dwelling places.
Okay. It's too heavy to flip.
I bring it only...
Interesting. So you're saying that perhaps maybe there may be a way to leverage these...
Look at it this way. None of these people built these structures that they now dwell in. If we were to go and simply offer to care for the structures in exchange for a deed of title, and should anything come up, a roof has a hole for the rain to come in, we'll repair the roof. And all they need to do is simply acknowledge the deed of title, and we move forward from there. You must understand.
Yes.
Some order is going to emerge from here, and it will either be an order determined by two elderly grandmothers, or it will be an order determined by those with an understanding of how to structure a place like this that requires structure.
Okay. Those with understanding like you.
As one example, certainly. But also by those such as you, who know the proper and practical applications of force when required.
Very interesting. Well, we'll talk more at sundown. Very excited to hear all those visions of yours.
I'll bring the ledger book.
Yes, please do.
Back where Closara had spoken to us and Garn was there as well. As soon as she walks away, Arrow will lean against the same building that Garn is sitting against and with a wince slide down and sit next to you. I don't know if you're feeling your age, but I certainly am.
Been feeling it for a century.
I'll tell you, it has been a difficult week. But I wouldn't be sitting here licking my wounds if you hadn't broken me out. Prison. Back there. And I wanted to formally thank you for it.
Hard pressed to say that we're all fairly even if we're keeping count, but I'm bad at adding and subtracting. I appreciate you all putting any faith in these old bones. I'm left here wondering how much more I got in me, to be honest. I'm not a fighter, I'm a maker.
And he looks down at his hammer itself, kind of like the stone somewhat pockmarked from the blast of remaining divine energy that unexpectedly fired from his friend. He goes,
I can't help but feel like I'm a bit small for these bigger things.
Well, you could have fooled me. You showed us equal measures of both. I am slow to offer trust. Been that way for a long time, but from the second I laid eyes on you, you had it. Can't even really say why.
Sometimes you can read a person who's got nothing to lose and wants for nothing to gain.
Claps his hand on your shoulder.
Ah!
Gives you a little squeeze.
Oh, it hurts.
Let's see, maybe we can find some of that ale you were talking about. For now, gonna go find Rainier.
So, I'm just gonna... Just give me a little more time.
He limps away.
You go to find Rainier. Where is Rainier in this moment?
Still at her friend's gravesite. Nia's not... She's still putting the pieces of everything together and finding some way to blame herself. Any onlookers would see that she has taken some of her friend's robes and has turned it into some, or she is wanted to turn it into some sort of pouch for that Moonweaver symbol that she will now be keeping for herself. And she's sitting there just next to it with her hand in the earth, squeezing and releasing and squeezing and releasing. Just lost in thought and regret, and is trying to come up with some plan to make this loss worth it.
Near your friend's grave, I'll ask Alex, do you think that this area of the graves is near to the river?
I'd say it probably is.
I think, Rainier, as you're meditating here at the gravesite, you hear a splashing in the river that is just now starting to come down, and that choking, muddy, torrential flood is actually starting to get a little bit translucent, like maybe some of the ash of centuries of war between the gods is actually starting to turn into what centuries ago was a clear and babbling alpine stream. Funny how things change.
Crocus has never seen a river before. He's lived in the city his whole life, and this is the first time he's ever, and then he went immediately to prison, and so he's never seen a river. And he's just kind of like, if there's a part of it that kind of naturally kind of pools and isn't quite in like a rapids, he's just kind of like standing in it and like moving his feet around and washing his hands of the blood and everything, and just, but not with like purpose, just kind of being a child in a pool of water, kind of, and just standing there.
She lets the sound of her new friend splashing for the sake of it, she listens to that and just... She hasn't talked in a while. It almost looks like she isn't breathing, because how dare she get that and her friend not?
I think, Crocus, you look up, see Nia near the graves there.
He's gonna get out of the water and kind of slowly walk up towards where she is.
I'm sorry about your friend.
Me too. We're similar, you and I.
Okay.
I don't know where my family is either.
I am. Phaedra has raised me. I don't know who my parents were. Phaedra had my egg.
So I guess it's just me who doesn't know where my family is.
Sorry.
Don't. Okay. You deserve each other. And Phaedra, as elusive as she can be, she cares about you.
Yeah.
I miss the person who cared about me.
His sister.
And her body sort of cracks and clicks in a way. She goes to reach in her bag for that locket. And she pops it open and shows Crocus a picture.
Sister. Yeah.
She's a day's travel. I hope to leave tonight.
Well. Bad.
Everything's bad.
Could be better.
Closes it, puts it in her pocket. And just goes back to squeezing the earth.
I think, Arrow, you walk up at about this time.
She hears Arrow. She knows the sound of her friend's feet. She's heard him try and be sneaky behind her before.
I think in the distance, too, you hear Tavine's voice going, Crocus!
Don't let her leave.
He walks away back to town.
Hey, he stops you just with a little fist on your arm. Just gives you a little knock.
Just goes back to town.
Mm-hmm. Arrow just stands by you for quite a long beat without saying anything.
We have to go get her. I don't want to sleep here another night. I want to go get her. I've been distracted. I've been naive.
Well, that's what we'll do. I have some idea what you might be feeling right now. And there's nothing I can say or anyone else who can talk it away.
I will be here, sitting quietly by.
I think she, like, reaches for him and just tries to get him to sit with her so she can lean on his shoulder. And she feels the weight of what he has said and knows that she has so many questions about him and his history and that line on his throat that she's tried to ask about artfully and has still not gotten an answer for. But in this moment of shared grief, she understands just a bit more.
I can't take the pain away, but if you know where you want to go, I will get you there.
Where do you want to go? What do you want? When you let yourself want.
I think I want to know something different again.
Let's go find something different. She gets up and brushes herself off. Takes some of that earth from her friend's sight, just presses it into one of her locks to keep a bit of her friend with her. I can do 2 more nights here. Get our rations, get some water. We should make for Snowgrave's Pass as soon as our friends can come with us.
As you wish.
Same. A little ways later in the town, hobbling as much as walking, I think Garin has retrieved a small personal mini barrel that he had kind of stashed from the discovered chamber and kind of tucked it away somewhere where no one would find it, and figured this is a time as any to enjoy. But as he kind of wanders into the streets, kind of catches a glance of Phaedra, kind of almost taking a parallel path, and kind of gives a look over.
Hey, Phaedra.
Yeah.
Why don't we all join for a drink and celebrate everything?
You got enough for 4?
I think we can manage.
All right.
Don't have any cups, but
That's fine.
you can hold this up.
Oh, we can manage.
We'll go find the rest here.
All right.
Well, I got your attention.
Yeah.
You're a survivor.
I mean, we all are.
Aye, but like you. I mean,
Came pretty close.
Points to the tattoo on your arm, like,
Oh.
you know what you are. You endure. Not just because you have the will, but you have the mind, you have the clever wit, and you have the instinct to continue.
I've tried. Sometimes it seems like it doesn't do as much good to me in this world as I thought it did. Especially these days.
But I don't know if you saw the look in the eyes of those that saw you today. They themselves found a little bit of that survivor in themselves because of it. That's responsibility.
I know. I felt that too. I felt something. And you know, I've always believed in looking after my own people, and I think these are my own people.
You felt something.
Yeah.
It's the first thing I've felt in a very long time.
Yeah.
So just you're a survivor. But not just for yourself anymore. You have to survive for everyone here.
I know. It's not a responsibility that I take lightly.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go have a drink.
Yeah.
The roaches and Garin have a long drink. Nia, do you take yourself to just find rest, to prepare the next day, make your preparations to get to Snowgrave?
I think I try and find Garin so I can thank him. I don't know how much she got to see after she was struck low. I think part of her knows that Garin prevented something really catastrophic.
Yeah.
So I think she keeps her things on her and tries to go find Garin.
It's not too hard to find. You hear the sound of some laughter not far from the edge of the riverbank where he was working earlier. And you kind of hear, here we go. Well, round two. Starts passing the keg around.
Garin?
Yeah.
She sees the gathering here. A word?
Real quick, is it sundown yet?
It is sundown.
Oh, well, thank you so much for the drink, Garin. We have a little appointment, but you guys have fun. And me and the boys,
I think, yeah, the roaches go head over. Yeah. Behind Torm's hill, Crocus, you, Tavine, Otto all gather. It's now nice and dark. There's multiple bonfires. For all the sorrow and heartbreak, the vast majority of Torm's Hill didn't see the fight even. It happened so fast. You know, probably about 100 to 200 people actually got eyes on it, and then word spread through the camp. And the word spread through the camp was, it's very sad for the people we lost, but we will not go back into the darkness. You, behind Torm's Hill, see Marlath walk up. You see he's gotten some nicer clothes for himself. He's not dressed in the rags of a prisoner anymore. Walks up with his ledger book, and he goes, Phaedra, good to see you again.
I would like to position myself in a place where he doesn't see me.
It's very easy. He ignores you. See, you're not a very eloquent person, so he barely regards you at all.
So do you have high perception by any chance?
Okay.
Or decent perception?
Yeah.
I would also, I think, as soon as Marleth walks up, I would have discussed this plan with all you guys already, but can he do a perception check to just make sure he wasn't like followed or anything? Like there's no one else around except
Roll
for
a
him?
19 stealth check to just be kind of
where
he walks up.
Give me a perception to see if he's being followed by anybody.
Gigantic monk shit.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay, great.
Hard to see.
Awesome.
That's a 6.
What's it?
And this may be a bit audacious.
No,
but since Crocus doesn't see that he is being followed, I don't know where our conversation happens, but I very much wanted this conversation to happen within eye shot of this moment.
Great. I think they will. Gotcha. Okay, so you guys, I think
see
you guys are in the
mouths
dark,
moving.
and I think
Yeah.
you see them at a campfire, pretty distant from here, closer to the river.
How many feet would you say?
Maybe like
read lips.
Maybe may I ask why? Do you want to cast some magic?
No, she doesn't want to cast some magic. I think she's just trying to keep. She's lost friends already by not keeping a close enough eye.
Gotcha.
I think she wants to keep.
I think you stay vigilant. You're with. I'll say this. You're within earshot.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool. I'll take earshot. I have a observant feat.
Gotcha.
Which, yeah, if I can see a creature's mouth while it's speaking a language I understand, I can interpret what it's saying by reading its lips.
Gotcha. Would you want to read Phaedra's, Crocus's, or Marlath's lips?
Or just someone who's in there.
Just reading Crocus's lips is so funny.
We'll move with this, and if you want to hear something, we'll make it happen.
Okay. Dave would take me off to converse, and I'm like, yeah, hello.
Yeah, and I think something is charged within her. She's like, I've traveled with old boy, this shaky guy for long enough, and seeing him alone with Phaedra.
Yeah.
Not because I'm worried about what she's doing, I'm worried about what he wants to do.
Gotcha. You know that Phaedra's with Crocus and with Tavine and Oscar as well.
Oh, they're all together.
Yeah, they're all together.
Okay, I thought it was just her and him.
No, absolutely. It's the whole gang.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marlath walks up to you and says, Phaedra.
Yes.
Splendid. May I show you something?
Of course.
He opens this ledger book and moves through it, and you see he says, the earlier plan I discussed. Now, the Boundley brothers are, I think, a matter largely resolved. I worked with many fine merchant guilds in my time serving under the Strife Emperor in his grand and imperial ministries. And what I've found is that the manner in which those soldiers came through, obviously, that was a garish and violent display, and I think you were quite right to dispatch them post-haste. Now, the Boundley brothers are already, I think, on board with the idea that their service they're providing to the camp absolutely should be honored. It should not be given freely. The goods they are providing, the community relies on, and that which is relied on must be paid for. So I've offered to go into business with them as a majority stakeholder, and I think that what we can do is, I would love to hire you for your services. Credit at first, but quickly for actual specie to follow currency.
Very interesting. May I? May I take a look?
You see, he opens and says, this is quite a little clever thing here. I went and found some of the families living in the structures closer to the river and brought up the flooding that had occurred, and simply was able to say, and you see that he has the book. He shows you.
Slowly try to take the book out of his hand.
He shows and says, by acquiring the deed of title for the structures, I simply imparted to them that should a catastrophe befall their house, they would not be charged with its repair. As the owner of the house, I would be charged with its repair and would be more than happy to provide that service, and that their lease of dwelling within would be quite a generous 5 years, which for people who've been wandering the wasteland,
right,
you get 5 years of free dwelling inside of a place that I'm providing the care and maintenance for.
Okay, Marlath.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. All this is very impressive, and I think you're ready.
Ready?
I think you're ready to become one of us.
I've been thinking about your generous offer. And,
right.
Tattoos are not necessarily in my...
Oh, we don't have to do it. We don't have to do a tattoo. There's plenty of ways of initiating someone, boys. Can we hold him?
Crocus comes out of the shadows behind him. Does this dragonborn have a tail?
Yes, he does.
Stands on the tail.
And Otto and Tavine, presumably I would have told them about this plan.
Jaw, open the mouth. Kind of holding him there.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a grapple check. You have to beat a 6.
That is 23.
You open.
I say, Marlath, one of the core rules that we like to live by is that we look out for our own. That means all this shit we do it because we have people we're looking out for. I got Crocus, I got these boys. We don't take too kindly to selling people out, betraying your own kind, taking advantage of poor survivors who are trying to get you out of a shitty situation. You know what your problem is, Tarlath? Marlath.
Get us a name wrong to
Whatever the fuck your name is, your problem, you talk too much. and I take out the stiletto and I cut out his tongue.
Oh, you cut his tongue out of the.
And
out
then
of his
Krogus
mouth.
goes and shuts his mouth and holds it closed.
I take the ledger from him, and I say, pleasure doing business with you. We'll be in touch. And then I think we all walk off.
Yeah, I let go and go,
You should get that looked at.
Bleeding on the ground, searching in the dark grass for his tongue. You take Marlath's ledger book and walk out. You see Otto looks down, as you're walking about. Otto looks at Krokus, and you have fully covered it, and goes, "You're not a very nice man," and kicks him in the stomach hard. You guys walk out of there with the ledger book in hand. Do you hold on to it? Where do you?
I will absolutely hold on to it. I just keep it on my person, I think.
Incredible. You walk away from there. Fuck yeah. Garin and Nia and Arrow. I think that. You all, are you guys just drinking? And
Well, you pulled me aside. For
I did, yeah. Nia sitting by the campfire, realizing that Phaedra is not alone, and therefore I feel confident enough to sort of not pay attention. But this is what.
It's a small keg, give it right?
Okay, Nia takes this, tries to like. She spills ale in her hair, hates herself for it.
What's after for embrace it?
Okay, drinks, hands it back to him, and says, "Thank you for what you did out there. I was down and I, through the swimming, the haze of it all, I saw you cover me and take that blow."
I'm old.
Yes, you
You've
are
got a lot more to live for than I do. And besides, you've saved more lives than I can count through the years. My own a few times. I've had the opportunity to pay a little bit of that back in recent week, and thank you for that.
I have a feeling we'll be thanking each other for a long time.
I hope so.
Give me this. She takes it, takes a bigger drink.
As you hold it for a second there, he kind of like sits there, and as you quietly kind of sit there next to each other in darkness. He goes,
I didn't really get a chance to know her. This loose woman. But I'd like to know about her. Why don't you tell me?
Nia tells the story of Luce and her sister and herself. And three of them, old family friends. Our families were friends for a very long time. And she taught me about the moon and the Moonweaver. Me and my sister used to think that we could connect with each other in dreams and visions, and we would always meet on the moon. Luce had such dreams for the world. She dreamt of ease and joy and laughter and serenity. And even in the dark times, she always made sure my sister and I kept hope alive. Sort of shifting, sloshing the ale in its little jar. I just wish she was able to see the future she painted for me and my sister.
The strange thing about dreams is they're infectious. And if we're lucky, they last long after we're gone. And wherever she is under the light of Katha, I can guarantee you, she'll see the world as it changes. After all, it's coming.
The clouds part once more, this time fully. And Nia, you look up and see, in a twinkling ocean of stars, a crescent moon smiling down at you. For the first time in your life, you are bathed in a light not of this world, pouring in from the sky, moonlight surrounding you, seated around a warm campfire. The tired and exhausted, and for the moment, full and fed and free denizens of Torm's Hill. Fire keeps the soles of your feet so warm, crackling warm, the kind of warm on a campfire that means you have to twiddle your toes or they'll get too hot. It's easy enough to fall asleep right here with your back to a bench or a stone or a bale of hay with a cloak thrown over it. Sleep comes, rest as it must. Phaedra and Crocus, you auto-intervene, find a place of comfort and rest, take turns, but out in the open, busy here. For the first time in your life, being out in the open is the safer place to be. The people here are looking out for each other. They were shown how to do that, how to look out for each other. You think everyone here falls asleep and gets a good night's rest for once?
I'm at 1 hit point, yeah.
Crocus is gone and snoozing. Phaedra, you feel your bodyguards, massive form for you to rest against out by the campfire. You see Clasara walk over and hand you another little mug, and she says, "You're fearsome, a little whirlwind."
Look what you've done. Look at this place.
Well, we've tended to a place. You know, you make a tankard once and you wash it 1,000 times. There is a care and tenderness that goes into maintaining. But every once in a while, someone has to step in and do some dirty work, and I'm very glad you were here to do that for us.
It's our honor. And I promise you, if there's anything that we can ever do to help you, to protect you, to look out for you in the way that you've looked out for us, me and my boys, we got your back, 100%.
You can look out for me by getting a good night's rest. See, she taps and looks at the ledger under your hand and sort of squints for a second because she's seen that book moving around the camp today, not in your possession. Yes. Oh, it's that book that robed gentleman was writing names and numbers in.
Yeah. Could be something interesting, I thought. Maybe it's a little reading. Maybe not tonight, but thought I'd get some reading done.
Ah, well, you're very frightening.
Smart girl.
You snooze with Crocus as Otto, who's like resting, was being tended to medically, is like, I'm good, I'm awake, I'll keep watch. Nia, you get some of that ale in you. I think you're gone too. You've got dropped today.
I think she tries to find. I hope that arrow came with her to the fire. I think she wants to keep eyes on him, eyes on Garin.
Well, I think perhaps Arrow lasts later into the night than most, and where he ultimately ends up is back at the river. In spitting distance of the bridge, the newly built bridge, and he brings to life a little bonfire of his own, and he molds the earth to hold himself, drawing his tattered cloak around him, and he just spends a few hours gazing at the nearby mountain peaks crowned in stars.
Of our heroes, Garin is the only one that has not attained his first level as an adventurer. So I'll turn to you here, Matt, and I'll ask you a question. As Garin returns to his strength that night, do you think he feels a younger strength return to him in this moment? Or instead, does some connection or secret of the earth come to him in his dreams? And I will leave that choice to you, and you may choose whichever of them you wish, for that secret wisdom to come to you or for that old strength to return.
Given the things that he's experienced in the most recent of times, I'd say as he drifts into a nice and buzzed, exhausted and grossly sore stupor, the crackling fire and the comfort of his friends being the last thing he sees before he drifts away. I think the memory of the distant halls he once built comes again, the pride of the craft. And while he was never a man of strong faith, you can't shake from his cultural upbringing the presence of the Allhammer, whether it be colloquially spoken or just a symbol of pride in one's craft. The act of creation is something special, and something he lost for a very long time. And seeing these people come together, seeing this community come together, seeing people rebuild a word that he said, the first word that he really said and felt he was fully behind after stepping out of the ash of the destruction of Rybad-Kol. He thinks of the scarred hammer he held in his hand today, and it reminds him of that symbol. And I think probably for the first time in his life, in the presence of divinity, faith in each other, and faith in the future, faith in change. Maybe he hopes to hold a bit of that sight of the Allhammer upon himself.
Our dear friend Garin, tough as nails, old as dirt, does not seek that younger strength and seeks that wisdom instead. And so instead of leveling up, something becomes true about this world. You sleep and snore, ale and little crumbs of bread in your beard. Arrow, you stay by your bonfire, and for the first time in a lifetime, you feel the rays of the rising sun come through the clouds like the warm embrace of a long-lost brother. The sun rises, and an arm reaching, a hand holding the embrace of sunlight. It returns to Exandria as it hasn't in centuries in this land. And you look out as the fog parts and see that Torm's Hill stands at the edge of a vast valley. The mountains shaped here by hands long ago that shaped the mountains themselves. All these people and the many survivors that come after them, unbeknownst to them, stand at the beginning of a vast valley
the approach of the Wild Mother having raced through it, the rain of the Storm Lord having fallen down upon it. This land will not know ash or shadow again, and instead, a valley shaped as if by careful hand and wise design to make a land rich with life, where all of the people now here can see under sunlight is green and growing, ready for the work of living things to make a world anew in hope and wonder. Most beautiful valley you've ever seen, waiting for lives to be built here by hand. That's all for this episode of Exandria Unlimited Divergence. We'll see you next week.
What day?
Is it Thursday yet? That's what you have to say. You have to say, is it Thursday yet? That's what you have to say. You guys better remember it next time. I'm tired of telling you. Hey!
Oh, we did it.
That was so satisfying.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
Indeed.
I was so nervous.